I am sure sports. You know me there, from coast to coast representing. I mean, I say this is righteous representing for Omar. You don't know, come get your sports over here from near and far. Boy. Me say I am sure sports, one thing me sure about. When me say sure, that me not doubt. Come get your sports, get it over here. Come subscribe, repost and share. I am sure sports, one thing me sure about. When me say sure, that me not doubt. Come get your sports, get it over here. Come subscribe, repost and share. If me not sure, that me not say it. Know who score, that me not say it. Never know no game play, that me not say it. If me never seen a game, me not know who play. For your sports news, better come over here so. For your soccer news, then come over here so. If you don't love sports, still come over here so. For the date, don't you want to love over here so.
So when it comes on to behavior concerning football, Jamaica is decent. I am sure that if we can get all of these things done, set in place by the end of April, it gives us enough time before the World Cup campaign. Not afraid of no Brazil, no Argentina with these crapper players. We are good enough. Remember to like, subscribe, share. Listen, comment. Let me know what your thoughts are.
Yo, Chubba Dog, SK New Erdis, the body out there, Sniper King I represent for I Am Sure Sports. You get to me, I say, when you want the latest news and sports and updates and all of that, check out I Am Sure Sports. You know the thing goes in. Remember, cover the whole island. Remember Kingston, Westmoreland, Galchester, Ocho-Rios, Galtigo Bay, everywhere. I Am Sure Sports, check it out for the latest news and latest updates. Sniper King I represent. Where them feel like, yeah, someone on for the food from we young, from we day, you need height. I Am Sure Sports. Yeah, dog.
All right. Welcome, one and all. This is I Am Sure Sports, and I am Manning's man. Yeah, man. Called Manning's man because I attended the Manning's High School. Yeah, big school from 1738. Yes, life without learning is dead. You understand me? Big school. We are not just true blue. We are the original blue in town. Before everybody else had blue, we were blue. I don't care who you be. Money. You know, all power to the people. Yeah, man. Big up Fresh God. Welcome, bro. Fresh God in the house, in the building. Number one moderator. Yeah. In town. Yes, today we have a special for you. We have a double. Yeah, this is double for your trouble. We're going to one show to look at the JPL and the JPL review preview show. So we're going to have Mr. Ruolph Speed, and we're going to go through all of that. And then later on, I mean, when he's gone, because, Mr. Speed don't really get into the reggae boys analysis and all of those things. We have some other persons who are going to come on, and we're going to rate the players, having come through the Costa Rica game. But boy, I tell the people, Costa Rica got one chance and scored one goal. Jamaica had 10 and scored 10 chances and scored one goal. Boy, I tell you, did the team play better, or was it that the Costa Rican team was the worst of the three teams that we played? Which one it is, we're going to deal with that on the back end, but we have to deal with the JPL because the JPL is probably the most competitive it has been in the last 4 to 5 editions of it. Right now, people. Listen, we're going to show you point standings and all of those things. It is the most competitive. Last weekend's game were important. This weekend games are important. And then, watch this. Next, when the playoffs start, important as well. You understand me? So big up all the persons who are in. Remember, people, once you come on, just hit the like button. You understand me? Hit the like button, hit the share button, let someone know that the show has started. As we introduce in the house the man who caused one of the upsets in last weekend round of games, almost caused serious fights and problems with official at the end of the game. Mr. Ruolph Speed and Cavaliers. People, and please, sometimes you see me in black and white, they are not Cavaliers. Sure, it is, right? So I don't want you to think I love Cavaliers, is a team I love to play, but I don't want you to think like these are two Cavalier supporters keeping a show about the JPL. What else do you think they will say? All right, please. So it is actually gray right now, and it is my Charlotte Soccer Academy jersey. Just letting you all know, because I hear people say that we are Cavaliers, man. Too. Yeah, understand me. All right, but yeah, man. But welcome, Mr. Speed. Hope you're having a good day. You know, the second day of the movement day. You know, we are in lockdown times here in Jamaica, but it is, yeah, right.
Yeah,
Yeah. So how you doing? How you doing? Having come off
I'm good.
yeah, man, that victory.
Um, well, we needed it, um, but and we did what we had to do. Very rough game. I mean, Portmore had issues, so they had to win that game or get a point. Fresh got respect. So it was a game that was worth going miles to see. Exciting. The technical part of it, tactical part of it was outstanding, I think, from both sides. So it's one of those games. But we're kind of happy we come out to the victory.
Yeah, very, very, very good team goal that you scored. Your team won by a goal to nil. We're starting with that game, people, because it was a high quality game. I know Portmore had a red card, but that was at the end of the game. Emilio Rosso had some altercation or argument with the officials, and he got a second yellow card, was red carded. But brilliant team goal by Cavaliers. They won by a goal to nil. Yeah, 1 goal to nil. They won by goal was scored by let me get Webster, assist from Atkinson. Is it Ronaldo Webster? Thinking
Ronaldo Webster. Yeah.
Ronaldo Webster scored. But shortly after that, he was injured or suffered some sort of hit.
He was injured
Right
in the play that
in
he
the
actually
play
scored.
that led to the goal, right? And he came off. How is he doing?
He's a touch and go for this weekend. We're not sure if he will be able to play. He's a touch and go. He's not. He hasn't trained since the start of the week. So it's really a touch and go. Hoping he'll be ready.
Because I mean, he has been one of your better players.
He has been one of the best players in the league. I mean, a lot of people look at the goals that have been scored, like somebody at the top of the goal scoring chart. I can't think of anybody who's more valuable to our team than Webster because of the amount of assists, and he also scores goals. So I think if he was given points for assists and scoring goals, he would be leading the chart because he has been our main source of assists. And we are the team that has scored the second most goal in the league. So Ronaldo Webster is one of the most important players in the league especially for our team.
Yeah. Well, like I said, and it was also a very good goal. Completing, just really playing
Well,
the
it
ball
was
around.
a team goal because
Team
we
goal.
got it from we were keep. I think it's a combination of about 15 unanswered pass actually.
Yeah, I
that
think
we
the
got
goal,
on
the
our
ball,
own.
when the ball actually went into the goal, it was a 16 pass in the sequence
Okay.
in terms of
Yes.
the passes. Because I counted that very, very good team goal. I think it has been one of the best team goal in the league so far. I know Dumby Holden scored 2 good goals recently. I think when they played against Humble Lion, that 2-1 game, where Miller scored both goals. There were some very good goals in terms that they did the same thing 2 times, but this was went forward, went back, changed the angle, move it from right to left, and just adjust. I mean, against a good Portmore team. So kudos to your
Yeah.
team for that. Yeah. And how was Topi's performance in your eyes? I think he played at centre back, replaced King, who was with the Reggae Boys in Mexico. Congratulations to him. He got his first senior call up. Though he didn't play, must have been a good experience. But what do you make of Topi's performance?
I'm having problems now because Tope was really good. Now King has a lot of ability in terms of that's natural ability. He's faster. But what Tope did bring to the game was his experience. He was able to command the back line much better. He was able to ensure high performance from say a Doxley and a Leng put himself around the back, a lot of discipline. So Tope was unsung, and anything that came in the air, Tope would win all of those. Plus anything that tried to tread through the middle, also he just stretched out his long leg. I mean, he was really wonderful at the back. And I hope Tope is coming back to where he was before, because this is a very encouraging performance for us going into the playoff if we make it.
Yeah. All right. Let me just respond to Nathan. Hey, Nathan, thank you so much for your comment, Nathan. But what happened is that generally we would have this program on a Friday afternoon, but as you know, the games are played now because of the lockdown. They moved the games to a Friday and a Saturday, so we can't do it at a regular time on a Friday. So that is why we're having it at this particular time as well. So we understand that many people may not be on at this time, but we also believe that the content is there, and so they can always refer to it. And it takes persons like you to also share it and let them know that this is some good content that they can watch. But thank you so much for the comment. I appreciate that. Yeah. So I also think that too. I think Tope he played well. I mean, he really marshaled the back line, and he played his ability to play the ball out the back really helped. Um, really help your team as well. So very good performance. I
Yes,
don't.
one of the things that people always talk about ambidextrous, I think that's the word. Tope is able to pass the ball over distance with both feet from any side, and that is what makes him so good. Because even although Portmore bossed the possession a little, we were the ones. I think Foster made the save of the tournament. I mean, Foster was so good because it looked like it's a close game, but if Foster was not that good, it wouldn't be so close. Just remember the first Channel effort from in the 6 yard.
Yes.
There was a Dwayne Atkins effort that he parried one that Dwayne drove full force from close to trying to beat him at the near post. And then the save of the season so far must be that header from Leng that he was able to hit onto the crossbar. I don't know who
Yes.
saved that header. Leng, threw himself at the ball, hitting the crossbar, hit the on the ground on the line, and he was able to recover and save it again before anybody else could reach it. So that to me would have been the save of the season so far. I haven't seen a better save. And Foster was really on top of his game. Really
If it was if it was a drawn game, I would have given him the player of the match, because he would have certainly kept Portmore in there. But the unfortunate thing is that his team ended up losing
Yes.
the game anyways and things. So, but like I said, brilliant saves that he made, and I don't think you came under any immense pressure. Portmore played well, but I think they missed Ricardo Morris in terms of creativity up front and kind of create. I think they had one chance that I think they could have done better.
They got a chance that they should
Yes.
have put on target. The guy
Yeah.
skied over the top from about
Right. I think
7 yards.
outside of that, I don't know if I can say they created a lot of gilt edge opportunities to put the ball into the back of the net.
But what happened was that we did look at what they were doing, and the truth is their best offensive player is the guy that used to go Wilmot. I can't remember his name.
Woolmer's Rose.
Rose, right? But we got Rose to be playing, to be turning back and go. Rose wasn't able to make those defense putting pass that he usually make. So we actually got him to be just containing and going back and sideways. And I think that played a very important part, not coming under more pressure. Cause he's usually the one who can tread those passes through. And he wasn't able to be so free this time. Probably because our system too, where we had two number 10, so he had to be more quiet. Where instead of us just having most team played one number 10, we had two. So he had to be instead of playing a box to box, a typical number 8 role, he had to be there to help contain our morale in top midfielders. So I think that helped us a lot.
Yeah. And
Just to
then I
give away
mean,
some stuff.
this gives you an edge in terms of the point standing that we're going to get to, and really it has set Portmore back significantly in terms of where they possibly will finish when we get to this weekend set of fixtures. But let us jump into probably a very easy game. I think we all predicted that Waterhouse would have won. I did say that there was going to be a 2-1 victory in this game in favor of Cavaliers. So I got the win, but I got the score wrong. I think you were very conservative.
Well, they still get the 1 goal difference.
Yeah, but I know you were saying that you're not making a call, but you were sticking to. I think someone had suggested 2-1, and you said you would stick to it. And then Dre Anyweather was saying that all the games were going to draw, hoping that Harborview, the Stars of the East, would have an opportunity to qualify, and their hopes are looking very, what I call it, bleak at the time. But
No,
Waterhouse with
well,
a
when
very
you get there, we'll discuss it because not true. They have a better looking now.
Oh, okay, all right. Well, we'll see about that. Well, Waterhouse, whoa, what victory? I mean, 2 weeks in a row, they have scored 4 goals. Are they finding their form? Are the teams that they have defeated are not in contention? So the quality has declined. They defeated Mullines by 4 goals to 1. Very easy game. I don't think Mullines really gave much. Um, yeah. So, what are your thoughts on that game?
Well, I must say that Waterhouse is getting better and better, and they also have abundance of riches to choose from whenever they are playing. So they start Bradford and they start I don't remember the part, but then they are able to come off their bench. Andre Fitch,
Fletch. Yeah.
Howell. I mean, so when they refresh, there's even more quality coming on, and I think that is what they did to Arnett Garden. Is the same thing that they have done to Mullines. When they refresh, the quality is just too great. Their standard is rising, not going down, and
Yeah.
that is kind of a tactic that I've noticed Water was using for the last couple of matches, and it has been working very well for them.
I think they started with Colorado, Murray, and Thomas, DeAndre Thomas, one of the Thomas brothers up front. That's how they started. And they played, it's kind of funny how they changed up the side because they played Beadle and Bradford in midfield with Howell and the other Thomas brother. And they played Wilson and Binns, I think Binns and Campbell. So they played a 4-4-2.
Right, but what they are doing is the rotation of the team, which keeps the players a little bit hungry and want to succeed. But they have this amount of quality to come on. Because when they put the second leading goal scorer, bring him on, Andre Fletcher,
Yeah.
most people would have just started their second leading goal scorer in the league to try and get points. But they don't even have to do that. They can start with
Bradford.
Bradford
And he got 2 goals.
and Colorado more. Yes, and there's the pressure
Rafiq,
now.
it was Rafiq Thomas,
Rafi
right?
Thomas, and then
Right,
there's a
right,
pressure
fresh,
now.
right, fresh God, Rafiq Thomas. Yeah.
Right. And there is no once so you started Rafika and you started Bradford, as the guys to get the goals, and then when you look, you see some other heavyweights coming on, and they have done it successfully for the last 2-3 games, and that is the reason why Waterhouse is humming at this particular point in time because it's like when the legs start to go in the defenders,
And
better people coming on.
and here fresh God even reminding us that Russian Sharp is also on the bench. The
Yes.
very potent offensive lineup they have
But
down there at
most teams
Waterhouse.
can find one good starting lineup, but most teams can't find two good starting lineup, and that's what Waterhouse has. So once good starting lineup play for an hour or a little, and then there's another starting lineup coming on, and that has been their strength in my mind.
Okay. Then we get to what I consider to be the worst game of the round, which is Veer versus Mount Pleasant. I don't
You're
know.
hard.
No, well, I don't know. Maybe somebody else need to give me. Somebody who watched the game. I don't know if you could listen. It was the first time. Like if I told somebody to watch the Premier League action over the weekend and they bucked up on that game, they collided in that game, they hit up into that game, I would be embarrassed. It was poor in quality. The teams came out like they didn't want to lose and they didn't want to win. So I wasn't sure what they were trying to do, and they weren't possessing. I'm not sure, but I think it was a game poor quality. Maybe that is the result both coaches wanted, but I think the overall quality of the game was
So to use
absolutely.
a local expression, man is money. You have a local talk always say, big Fred meet little Fred. I don't know who is big afraid and who is little afraid. But both of them was afraid. Right?
Yeah.
So it was an interesting game though. I thought Veer changed your strategy just a little bit. Because if you notice, they had a couple of players, about three, sometimes four players, trying to throw out Mount Pleasant rhythm by playing them high up the pitch. And I don't know if that kind of work. What happened that Mount Pleasant transition was a little bit slow. When they passed the first wave, they did not tap the second wave fast enough. So Villarreal were able to run back and smooth down any attack that they had. So that is what I saw for majority of the game. I remember Mount Pleasant got a really good chance. And when I think it was number 9 who took a shot at the goal.
Yes.
That's Green.
Green.
There was like 6 weird personnel within the frame, diving all over the place and kicking away, and that they smoothed down that attack. But that was basically a weird strategy. Press them high with a couple of players up the top to disrupt them. Mount Pleasant was slow in transition.
I didn't even understand the substitutions made by Mount Pleasant. I see they brought on Ladale Ritchie. So I'm thinking, you brought on Ladale Ritchie? You're not trying to win the game.
But they didn't mind just getting a draw either, because remember now, both Veer and them get a draw. They're on 15 points. You have to understand how coaches think. On 15 points, you probably get out above you, because 15 is where you can max out. So you try to get one person, out of the running. So there was a lot of thinking, and I can see where the thinkings are behind both of those teams. Plus, because of the history again, which you all know.
I think that was it. I think like these guys said, listen, maybe because it was kind of strange to see the owner. But I haven't seen him close to the bench.
Nah, man, the man is always there, man.
I am saying that this one, the cameras made sure that they picked him up on the bench, and then somehow he moved and sat beside that covered area, and he was sitting to the side, and the camera picked him up. And I think that was a statement.
More than once.
Yeah. So there was a statement made like, listen, make sure that this team doesn't beat us. And I'm sitting right here to get a close look at what is happening. So I think that probably put pressure on the team. You understand? And I think Coach Duki and his team also came into the game and said, listen, the Jamaica coaching team, listen, them boy enough to beat with. So nobody actually went into the game saying that we need to beat this team. I think they went in saying that them money not supposed to beat us.
I agree.
And that made the game dull, but maybe at the end it will work out for them both. Don't Beholden, I think, slipped up. They I think had the opportunity to get some points from the inconsistent Arnett Gardens team. But here it is that they took the lead, only to have Lopez again scoring for Arnett Garden and cancelling out that Dunby Holden goal. They're okay, but
So Dunby Holden is the biggest loser over the weekend.
Yeah.
I mean, I would say they are the biggest loser, yes, because it was a possibility that Portmore would not have walk away with all 3 points. So Dunby Holden was expected to walk away with all 3 points, and they started on fire. They hit the post, then they score, and we all thought it was gonna be over bar the shouting, especially after Dunby Holden's first half performance. But Arnett Garden, to their courage, they hung in there. Then they equalized in the second half. And then it was actually anybody's game. And then Arnett again, to their courage, knowing that they can't go through, but they didn't give away anything. They kept on plugging away and came out with a draw. And this is what, I like to see. Not that because it benefits Cavalry, but what I like to see is that Arnett would have played the earlier teams with some gusto and hard, and they should maintain that same discipline right throughout the competition. So the competition integrity will remain, because everybody play hard to the end. So the integrity of the competition was very important, and I'm happy that Arnett sees it that way and decide to fight all the way to the end. So
yeah, I love that. I agree with you totally. I want to see that. I want to see Mullines going into their. I don't want to see a team, which leads us now to Fresh God's team. Because I thought at one point Fresh God team came into the game looking to give it away. Um, because I was beginning to wonder what is this going on? Is there some connection somehow with these two teams? I don't understand what is going on the field. But they made a fight of it. I think this is the first hat trick of the season. I think it is the first hat trick that we have had all season by Horatio Morgan. And that's the final game where Tivoli Gardens came out 4-3 winners.
Well, I told you that Tivoli was going to win. I told you that no matter what you think, that's gonna be the score. Tivoli is going to win. Umberland is going to lose. This is the remember, if you remember since about the fourth round, I've always said I don't want to play Umberland if I was any team. But this was one team I knew for a fact that Umberland would lose this particular game. And I told you.
Hold on, let me say speed. Yes, it was Steve Clark who scored. Fresh got into the thing, Say corrected me. You're absolutely right. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Fresh got big up. You make sure him correct me now because he know we're gonna beat Umberland right now. But go ahead. Continue, Mr. Speed.
Right. So as I said, I'm just repeating myself. I remember we had predicted that Umberland will lose, and this is the first time I've predicted that Umberland will lose from about the fifth round. I always said I wouldn't want to be the team playing them, but I know that in this particular game, this was what would have happened. And then the scoreline was just ridiculous, and a hat trick was scored and Umberland centre forward scores first goal for the season. There was just a lot of
Lorenzo Lewis.
No. The captain it sometime. I don't know. He used to play for Waterhouse. What's his name again?
The Umberland goal scorer. Let me see.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. You're talking
first goal. Was one of those.
Great. All right. So no man. Who scored? Lewis scored for Umberland. He scored in the 90. Yeah, and Andre Clennon you're talking.
Right. Him scoring first goal for the season. It was just one of these weird games that we just hope to forget.
I'm telling you, when I'm watching the game, I'm saying that something look fishy about this game. And I don't understand how we're just banging in like that. But like Fresh God, who is part of the ownership group out there at Umberland, says, Lion Order, fight until
you just start fight at the start.
yeah. Boy, Fresh God, your team way too long to start fighting, bro.
Yeah, man.
Fighting.
After one man score a trick. One man just bang.
Yeah. Okay. They're saying I need to get some score graphic. That is true. That is true. Oyini Blake, you need to, Mr. Cataract, you need to give me some of the things so we can do that. Yeah, man. But good run of game. We're going to show you. We're going to share with you what the points standing are. But people, I just got some. I always tell you about my birds. So I have some birds. I don't know if Mr. Speedall know this, but I have some birds who normally drop credible information. You hear about my birds?
No,
you don't hear about them yet?
No.
I have three sparrows that drop information.
Three little birds.
Three little birds. And them drop information. So there was an exodus of players released from a particular club in Portmore. But I'm not calling any. But I hear that a lot of players were, like I said, they were released. They were fired from their jobs. After Cavaliers has, Cavaliers beat a team, and the team run players. You understand me? All right, so I'm going to do further investigation, but the birds came and dropped that info off. The team come from Portmore. I'm not going to call them name. If you know information, you tell me, but I hear at least 10 players are now unemployed, meaning they're not a part of the Portmore setup anymore. All right, so I don't know.
But you can't fire players like that, so I don't.
Mind the DEA of your program birds.
I hope
All
it's
right.
not. I hope it's not true. Well, fresh guy, I say true. I hope it's not.
Fresh God know what's happening over that side. The Fresh God, you need to check out the information. But that is what the birds have come and tell me. Yeah man, I need to get some information out there from Portmore. But I think that would be unwise for them because they still have a shot of going into the playoff, and that
No,
means
once they win, they're in.
yeah, and they just need to win. Or maybe these were fringe players and they can't afford to pay the salaries. I don't know what is the reason behind it, but it could be coincidental that right after they lose to Cavaliers, a team that they probably never want to beat them. Um, I don't know. And then a player, I think some of the players were misbehaving at the end of the game. That could also be a factor, but we don't know what the reasons are. But yeah, that is news that we are getting. And if you're from Portmore, you have any other information, you can let us know. No. So now we're going to show you the point standing, people. So you can see what the table is like. I'm going to share the screen with you before we get into the upcoming fixtures. And then, like I said, at the back end, we want to cover some of what is happening with the Reggae Boys. All right. So hope you all can see. All right. So we're getting some information, Mr. Speed. Okay. All right. A Fresh God. So let me put it, because I tell you that Fresh God have the scoop on everything, St. Catherine. Said I heard something happened from early in the season. They released one baller first, so I am just hearing now. It is news to it says news to him. And Drastic Seymour is saying this community type football is limited. We should have a parish against parish league as a super league football and have an under 18 league as well. And we're going to do a show focus on some of these, dissecting some of these suggestions as well. But let's look at the point standing, Mr. Speed. All right, so let's go through and see what is happening. Maybe we can look at, we keep it to those who have a chance, because not all teams, I think, have a chance of really doing anything or qualifying. So we look at the first five, and then we look at the bottom five. So the first five all played 9 games. Waterhouse on 16, Tivoli on 16 points, Cavaliers on 15, Veer on 15, and Mount Pleasant on 15. Do you think all 5 teams right now are safe?
No. And I was using a Marvel expression to say we're in the end game, but it's not really even true. It looks like we're in an infinity war because this war won't finish till the last matches played this weekend against Cavalier and Veer United. And that is why it's so complex, because if Portmore United win, they are in. They have 13 points. 3 will carry them to 16. 16 points, you're in. Cavalier versus Veer could tie and both of them in. But if one of those teams lose, then that team could be out, depending on the marginal loss. Mount Pleasant actually played Dunby Bowling. If you could go up, scroll up a little.
Okay, so somebody's going to get the bitter end of the stick in that game.
Yes, Mount Pleasant played Dunby Bowling, so there will be a casualty. If it draw, Dunby Bowling out. If Dunby Bowling win, Mount Pleasant could be out. Now, Portmore with a win come to 16 and they are safe in my estimation. Harbourview with a win come to 15, could be safe.
Depending on how other results go.
Right. But why I think Harbourview have a better shot now is Portmore against Waterhouse. So if Portmore draw or lose, Harbourview could easily leapfrog them because Harbourview playing Arnett Garden. If Dunby Bowling draw or lose, they could be passed by Harbourview too. If you look, the key here, why I think people survive, is the goal difference or the amount of goals to score. Because if there's a 10 points, that is what the next tiebreaker would be, the goal difference. So look at the goal difference. Harbourview, 0. Portmore, +3. Dunby Bowling, -1. Spotter Bada. Mount Pleasant, 0. Veer, +3. Cavalier, +6. Tivoli, +3. I think Tivoli and
Waterhouse
Waterhouse
are safe.
are safe. So what is really happening here now is nobody is safe mathematically from 3 right down to 8. Is still what 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 teams fighting out for 4 spots. But some team have a lot to do because above you, Portmore and Dunbar near must win to qualify.
Whoa, whoa. People, you hear that? The games are so that's what the point standing looks like. What we're gonna do now is now show you. Though Mr. Speed said we want you to see it, because we want you to see the game. Justic Seymour, you see, as soon as we complete this, we're going to take that suggestion you have and just quickly just go through it, because I know Mr. Speed probably have some things that he could share with you that would be very, very helpful. Helpful in terms of what you're suggesting. All right. So what we're going to now is bring up the games. All right, and show you the games that are coming up this weekend, and you'll see that it's some. There are supposed to be some tough games. Let me say it that way. Given all that is at stake, I don't think there is an easy game. So you have, like I said, you have Dunby Holden and Mount Pleasant, right? And that is that's actually. That's tomorrow's game.
Yes, and tomorrow every day is important. So the Dunbar and Mount Pleasant game, as I said before, Mount Dunbar has 14 points. That's a big miss against Arnett. Mount Pleasant has 15 points because of draw, right? So Mount Pleasant with a draw is true. Dunbar is a draw.
Wait on other results.
Wait on other results, yes. It's gonna be nervous moment from them. Dunbar with a win, Mount Pleasant have a problem because they're on 15 points, but they got to a minus because they were 0-0 goal difference.
Right.
And they only score 8 goals. I mean, they're not a goal scoring team. So if they lose 15 points, they are fretting right away. They are fretting. And if they win, they are safe. And if they draw, they are safe. So Mount Pleasant definitely probably was practicing for this week in the last week match not to concede, because if they don't concede, then they can't lose. So this is where now, Pastor, you have to tell me. I mean, where you
right now, people, for this week, this is I Am Sure Sports, and this is a week that, as the result, where the results are concerned, I am not sure, because this is this is do or die week, and when it comes on to pressure moments, it's hard to determine what is going to. Will players panic? Will coaches panic? Will people go for it? Will they sit back? You just don't know. So this is panic stage, and all I will say is that I am sure that the team that remains disciplined, understand what they need to do without depending on anybody to qualify, probably will come out with what they need to go through.
Well, you can't depend on anybody because everybody need to do the business for themselves.
Everybody looking out for themselves.
Yes, you can. And that is the beauty of this last week.
Yeah.
So this is one week you're not going to pick any winner, right?
Well, listen, I can't even pick a winner between Dunby Holden and Mount Pleasant. Like, I could see this game drawing. I could see Dunby Holden scoring. I could see Mount Pleasant bouncing back. But both teams can't afford to lose.
Nobody can afford to lose.
Probably can't even take a draw. So
well, Mount Pleasant can take a draw, but
yeah.
Not a loss.
People,
a draw brings them through.
Come on, I need somebody to tell me what you think the scoreline is going to be for this Dunby Holden Mount Pleasant game. You know, I support Mount Pleasant, but I don't know. They don't score a lot of goals. And this
one of the things about Dunby Holden record is that they lost the first 2 games, and they have been a team since that either win or lose, except for the last Arnett Garden game. So they play to win. And Harold Thomas is very, very astute. He would have scouted Mount Pleasant extensively, and and I'm saying this is where we have serious issues as to where this game. I would not bet $1 on this game, but I'm not a betting man. Not even $1. I would bet on this.
Well, here we go, brethren. I have Dre anyways. This is the man from the east. Ask it. Boy, Dre, it's not looking good for Harborview, but they still have
Dre
a
is
glimmer.
not true. It's not true here, Dre.
There's a
Harborview
glimmer of
actually
hope
get
for the
a look
stars of
in.
the east.
No. Harborview get a look in because Dundee drew their game and Portmore lose. So Harborview get a look in now. Better looking than last week.
All right, so Dre, we're gonna come back to the point standing. So let's run through the next, go through the next game. Arnett Gardens versus Harborview. I think because Harborview must win to stand a chance, they beat Arnett Gardens. So I am going Harborview for the win, and Dre will be happy. Dre will be happy for that. I just think I know Cataract is support the Junglists, but I'm going with Harborview for this one. You understand me?
And just before, I don't want to make Dre anyway I feel bad now, but just before you came on, Dre, I was discussing the point that Arnett Garden is one team that is hell-bent on keeping the integrity of the league up to standard. Harborview going to have to work overtime. I don't say they can't get the win, but they have to work overtime. Arnett Garden is giving out no free lunch tomorrow, I'm sure. It's going to be a difficult game. Again, I wouldn't even bet $1 on this game. Not tomorrow.
I'm going to give Harborview the edge. I've watched both teams, and normally for me, when Arnett plays a good game, they play a bad game after that. That's the one problem I have with them. They are not consistent enough. But then you have Harborview resting, and when teams come back after rest, all of them have dropped points. So that is
every single one.
Every single week. Dre's predicting Harborview 3, Arnett Garden nil. I think Arnett Garden gets a goal though, Dre. So I'm going 3-2 because Harborview concedes a lot of goals.
Yeah,
I think. Yeah, so I'm predicting 3-2, and then I think the big game. Well, I don't know if it's going to be big based on the information I'm getting out of Portmore. Jay, only one hat-trick scored in the league this season, and he scored already. Horatio Morgan from Tivoli Gardens scored it. I don't think there's going to be. I think Atkinson had the opportunity to do it and hit the post. I don't think we're going to see anymore for the rest of the season, but I like your hopes. But the game that I think is going to be a good game to watch is this Portmore versus Waterhouse game. Like I said, I don't think Waterhouse wants to lose. I think they want to top this, and Portmore must win to secure their spot.
Right. So some color commentary on this one now, man. I think this is like the last final we ever saw, right? Between Portmore.
Right.
And
Yes.
Waterhouse.
Yes.
There is no love lost between these two teams because I think Waterhouse would be saying, why do I want to face Portmore again when we come down to the business end? Because Portmore has consistently defeated Waterhouse when it matters most. So if Waterhouse is able to if Waterhouse does not lose this match, Portmore is out. Portmore draw they out, right? They would finish on 14 points. This is what the game that I was saying that if Dunbowling draw and Portmore doesn't win, then this result would help Dunbowling if they were able to draw the match against Mount Pleasant. That is why it gets so sticky. At this stage, I would bet my bottom dollar that Waterhouse is saying, why do I want to play Portmore again after this game? And I think this again is another final. But Portmore will, if what you report is true, they will not have fired their best players. They're not that stupid. Right? So
how many players they would have had registered then?
No, we have 30. So even if they did 10, like I said, they will still have 20.
And they get back they get back the captain and leader.
Right. And let me give you a little example, a little secret. When teams perform well, is either out of fear or they are a family. And I thought once a third of your squad get fired, there's a lot of fear going around that you have to win this next game. And that is why I believe this is another match. I wouldn't even bet a cent on it. Not even $1 now, not even a cent. Because I don't know which way this match is going to go. But all I can say that Waterhouse will be will be gung-ho trying to get rid of Portmore right here instead of playing in box later in the league. Portmore knows that it's all or nothing, and this is much is worth going miles to see against two quality teams.
All right, I'm going to take that, but I am going to listen. Waterhouse have become very prolific in goal scoring, and I don't see them drawing nil. They're going to score. Whether or not Portmore can outscore them, it's a different thing. I think Ricardo Morris coming back makes a huge difference. He's going to score. He's going to score, but I think Waterhouse have too much firepower. And so I'm going Portmore to lose, though they're one of my favorites to make the playoffs. And Portmore will not be the team from St. Catherine representing them in the playoffs. It is going to be Dumbo Holden, because I think that game with them and Mount Pleasant is going to be a team draw. I am sure. People,
But no, hold on there. I have to stop it right there. If that match draw and Harborview win, Harborview is in.
And Dumbo Holden out.
Yes, and that is why I tell you that Harborview chances have increased significantly because of the results, those two results, the Portmore Cavalier result and the Dundee and Arnett Garden results. Harborview chances has just gotten better. They need to win and don't worry about anything else. Harborview just need to win and just wait, and they might be lucky. And they will know their fortunes the same day on Friday, when the first three matches will play.
Played. Okay, and then I mean the Tivoli versus Molynes game, and this is where I think like Tivoli is going to win again, and
on top the zone.
That is if Waterhouse
doesn't win,
drop point, right? Because once Waterhouse win, they top the whole thing. But then the final game is going to be very interesting.
But just before you finish the Tivoli Molynes, I mean, don't gloss over it, because Tivoli now will get a chance not to play in the playoffs early on and go straight to the semifinals.
Right.
If they win this game. So once that happens, Tivoli is one of the teams. The other spot is up for grabs, depending on who can pull out a victory in the 2 days.
Okay. And then the final game, people, is going to be Doggy Affair, because Veer don't give away points, don't concede a lot. Cavaliers like to score. Veer were leading recently, and they have fallen all the way down. So I'm going to show you the point standing to show you how Veer is a plane, you know. They're a plane. You know, you have Pedro plane, yeah, and so they are flat out right now. They move from first all the way down to fourth. All right.
So here where it gets tricky. A draw for both teams are through.
Yeah.
Right? A draw for both teams are through.
Go through, yeah.
Yes.
But none can afford to lose.
Right. So that will bring them through. But if one team lose out of this, then you can look at the goal difference. We have a +3, Cavalier have a +6. That's where it gets tricky. Now, if one team lose, they could still survive, because Harborview have a 0-0. So the Harborview also need to score a lot of goals on their opponent to make sure that their goal difference look good. Mount Pleasant lose, they have a 0 goal difference.
This is
where it gets really sticky. And the team that have the better goal differences, they have a better chance of surviving a loss. But the team that are if Mount Pleasant lose, for instance, they are into the minus, right? If we lose,
they would have conceded, and
they are just +1. Harborview could just win 2 love and become +2. And that is why I'm telling you that Harborview chances are looking better and better as we go down to the end here. But
that is music to Dre anyway. That's ears.
And that is why I'm trying to make him feel good. Yes, a good youth.
You're making it feel good. Don't mean that it is going to be good, Dre, any weather. He's just making it feel good. You
Right.
understand me? So
So,
you're hanging
based
on
on how it is only two teams safe, Waterhouse and Tivoli, but the team that have the
and
big
Tivoli
goal
gone.
differences, which is Veer with a +3 and Cavalier with a +6, and it helps to have that goal difference because you have some cushion if you don't move from 15. Just in case somebody 15 goes through, is the person with the goal difference. Yeah. When you look at
Very
us,
interesting.
the second tiebreaker is the amount of goals scored. So this is where again Waterhouse would have scored the most goal in the competition, and Cavalier would have scored the second most goal. Waterhouse
Yeah.
passed Cavalier by scoring 8 goals in the last 2 games, right?
Right, because you have scored 15 and they have scored 17.
Right. Again,
And
the
Tivoli have scored
tiebreaker, the
13.
second tiebreaker is the most goals scored. So, no, Waterhouse and Tivoli is through. And this is where Arborview, if you go down, you will see that they have scored 11 goals.
And conceded 11 though.
Yes, but is the third tiebreaker
Oh, right.
is amount of goals scored.
Scored, right.
Portmore scored 11 too. Dunbowling has done well and scored 10, but Arborview has scored 11, more than even Veer was scored 9. So that's the third tiebreaker, which is, as I said, the points first, goal difference, then goals scored. Arborview is in a good position to exploit if they score 2 goals against Arnett, get 1 unanswered goal against Arnett. So anybody here want to talk about who's gonna qualify? Just talk about the first 2. Anything else can happen?
Anything else can happen. Well, people, listen, that's it. Very interesting weekend. How does it work, Mr. Speed? Do we just continue right into the playoffs, or is there a week break, and then so after this weekend, next weekend is straight into the playoff, or is there a week break?
We're not sure because remember the government, as I saying, in when the prime minister come back out. But I think there won't be any break. There will be some football. We got one way or the other. There won't be any.
Okay, so we just move straight into the playoffs, semifinals, and finals. And
so it's third place 6 and fourth place 5th, and the winner of third place 6 play first. Who finish first in the league,
right?
And the winner of fourth and 5th place second.
And there is I know previous years they would.
No, sorry, the other way around. Who finish first play the winner of 4th and 5th, and who finish second play the winner of 3rd and 6th.
Normally, the team that accumulates the most points at the end of the regular season, there was some cash incentive. Is that still in place, or is just at the end of the whole?
No, just one prize money for the
at the end of the tournament.
Because I mean, we have even tried to get CONCACAF to recognize that league winner, and they say no, it's one competition. So that was a futile experiment.
Okay.
You win the cup or you don't win the cup. It don't matter where you finish at various points throughout the competition.
Okay. All right. And so based on the fact that this is an abbreviated season, like the team that wins and comes second after all is said and done, finals are played, do they qualify for the CONCACAF competition? Or okay, they're allowed to because
just let me just tell you what happened here, because a lot of us have a misconstrued idea about that. Usually the JFF recommend 2 teams to play in. That's the rule. Is the JFF recommend 2 teams. JFF has always recommended the first and second. But if a team is not up to standard, like you're not up to the CONCACAF qualifying standards, like you know the criteria documents,
right?
You probably don't go. They probably could say, well, we're not sending you because you're not ready. Or CONCACAF could say, no, we're not taking you because you're not ready.
Okay, I see. Okay, all right. I see a very drastic Seymour. I'm going to come to your point. Like I said, I did promise you that I'll come back to this. But he says there are more than 120,000 people in each parish. Really?
And that's not true, bro. That's not true.
You have well, let
me just 76,000. You have like Portland and Empire, it's 76,000.
Yeah, man, and Hanover population in Hanover is way less. But I think let me just understand the concept. There's
only about 5 parishes have more than 120,000 people in there.
Yeah, people, each parish team would have been more greater, and a person is in feeling towards his parish than a team from a community he's not from. So there are 2 ways to look at this, right? I do agree that if there was a parish team, like if there was one team from every parish, then all the businesses in that parish if they want to contribute to football, they would give to that one team. So there is that idea, and that can work. I think it's a feasible plan. But also in international club football, you have several teams in cities as well. Like London have several teams, bigger city and bigger population. So what you'll find is that the bigger cities then in Jamaica could hold more than one club, but there could be a limitation on the amount of professional clubs that can be established, but you can play amateur football. Um, but yeah, what do you think of Justice Seymour's thought, Mr. Speed? So that is my response, Justice Seymour. I'll hear what Mr. Speed have to say. I don't know if you have
Right.
different.
So I just wanted to be sure there were 6 parishes that have more than 120,000 persons in there, right? Only six out of the
14, soon to be 15.
right. and it's it will become 7. All right. So London has about 9, as you said before, about 9 Premier League clubs in London and numerous other clubs. One of the problem with football that happened, it used to be this way before, where we have parish teams, our teams representing parish because they would have played the parish competition before. In Jamaica, I'm talking about. So you used to find Portland United from Portland in the Premier League, Star Cosmos from St. Mary in the Premier League. You used to
Yeah,
have
Mile Gully from
Yeah.
there was Mile
right,
Gully.
Leeds from St. Elizabeth. I don't remember.
Yeah, Leeds was from St.
Yeah.
Elizabeth. Yeah.
Right. So the competition was structured like that. So it's not something, and those teams would be effectively a parish team basically because once they win in their parish, all the top players would go to those teams. So it's something that has been done already. In Casafa, the Casafa would probably get 4 spots. So the Santos, the Cavalier, and I don't know who else who used to have those spots. So it's something that Jamaica has done already before, and I've tried it, and there was no support from the parishes. In my days, I used to play in that league as a 17-year-old playing for Teachfield High School. I used to play for Portland United. When you're playing games, nobody come. There was no support for those parish teams after a while, and that is why there was this gradual movement towards having professional clubs owned by private persons who invested in these clubs, take the loss. I mean, over these years. And that is where you saw the emergence now of other top clubs in Jamaica. You see the Harborview from Casafa was not a few clubs anymore. You saw Waterhouse come forward, you saw Tivoli Garden come forward. So based on that history, for Jamaica to go back and play Parish League would really be going back way. That is not the future. That is not where the future is. As a matter of fact, based on where FIFA, CONCACAF is pushing Jamaica towards, is for private ownership of clubs, not for that public ownership. Now, it's something that we looked at already in our technical committee, and the nearest we could come to having clubs like that is to have one per constituency, not parish, because we realize that a parish is small, but it is large. You couldn't have one team from Kingston that have 700,000 persons. You couldn't have one team from St. Catherine that have 600,000, and you have one team from St. Hanover with 76,000 or Portland with 80,000 persons. So we looked at that, and it would definitely be a way of not enhancing our football because if you look at the GDP of Kingston as against Hanover, and both of them have one team, what do you think will be the difference in both those teams? I don't see how that would help football in any way, because we would have 100 schools playing the Costa Cup, Manning Cup, and then you pick one team from all of those, which where they're going to go and play football, right? They're going to go into some other part. So it is something that we thought about, but from a practical basis, we don't see how it would work because of these differences. And that is why London has 9 Premier League teams. Imagine you had one team in London, right? So you would never Arsenal or a Chelsea or a Spurs, which those 3 teams in the top 16 in England alone, right? I mean, you might get a super team, but that don't mean to have beat anybody either. So it's good food for thought. but it's not a good idea at this particular time. Maybe in the future it could be, but at this particular time, we looked through that already and we decided against it. We're going a different route where we are saying that we should have a tier two, and we'll give one team from each parish a tier two team. And if you're good enough, then you come up into the Premier League.
into
So
the
that is
into the top tier. Yeah,
yeah.
all right. I see Pagan 180 saying that rural parishes should be represented. Otherwise, it's biased. All right. Well, the good news, I don't know if you heard this on the program recently, that two rural parishes should be contesting a playoff game, and one will be promoted to the next edition of the JPL. And so and Mobile United and what are the supposed to be playing a playoff game and one get promoted. So what you'd have is that because Senton is represented, Clarendon has two teams, Portmore has two teams, or St. Catherine have two, Clarendon have two, Senton have one, and then you're gonna have one from Mobile, and there are 12 teams, so there will be 6 what you call urban teams and 6 rural teams. But I can understand wanting more parish representation. But at the end of the day, something needs to be dealt with in the parishes with their football. Because there was a time when there was more parish representation. Nobody didn't push them out of the league. They have to look into themselves and say, why? What happened to the Reno or the Westland or the Savannah? What happened to the Leeds? What happened to the Black Star and the Brazil? What happened to Village? What happened to Violet Kickers? What happened to White Horses? These are teams from rural parishes, Los Perfectos, Mile Gully. So parishes have to look and try to figure out why we once participated in the Premier League and we can't get back in there. And not just say, okay, because we don't have a team from this parish, bring them in. Because if it's relegation, they're probably going to get relegated again. So I think the parishes need to look at themselves and see what they used to do back in the past to have that majority of rural teams in it and go back to some of those things and put some of the new things in place to ensure that it continues. And so that would be my response to you, Pagan. I don't know if Mr. Speed want to add to that.
Yeah, no, I see what Mr. Pagan is trying to say, So is correct to wanting to have rural representation, but it can't be just rural representation without you putting the work and without you have the required skill and competence. Why are we going to have a team that gets 6 of them by the end of the season and concede 100 goals? What is that? That don't help the football. So that is why we are suggesting the second tier, and we give you a chance if you're good to progress up to the Premier League. But in every competition in football, the best of the best plays against the best. That is how we're going to improve as a country. So, for instance, in the World Cup, of course, everybody's supposed to play in the World Cup. Everybody wants to play in the World Cup, but as with football in every case, they're not going to carry 200 teams to the World Cup. And you don't have no God-given right to reach there. So you have to work very hard to reach in that elite group, and that it should be the same for professional teams. You can't just walk into professional team settings and say I'm a professional team and you don't have the requisite material expertise or anything to perform there. So as you can tell though, this last fresh grad, remember, there's a plan to move the Premier League up to 16 teams. Some more teams can get in there from the rural parish. It's just because there was no competition this year, why it will remain 12 teams for next year.
Because there was supposed to be no relegation, and then 2 teams promoted.
And 2 come up promoted next time.
And 2 come up, right. So
that plan is there. So it's not that we're not really looking at this problem that we have. We're looking at it. But at the same time, remember, we're building a television product. We want people to be able to see good football. You don't have no pitch to play, and we're not putting in the Premier League. I mean, come on. You can't play good football. We really don't want you in there either, because we want each and every single club to bring something to the league. I mean, I was so happy when Mount Pleasant qualified for the Premier League, even at the expense of a Cassava team, because I knew that their quality would make the league better, and they have. in the last 2 years. So if you have some more Mount Pleasant out there in the rural area, I am the first one to hug them up when they come in and say, yes, this is a club that will make the league better. Don't try and give me a club that will make the league worse. That won't help our football in Jamaica any time.
Yeah. All right. This is a track and field comment, but I just want to play because this is the artificial intelligence on all of these YouTube channels. His name is Shatter. He's my friend from Guyana. What going on with Guyanese friend, eh? You really coming here talking about Mboma beating Sharika? Man, Sharika run a personal best, Shatter. So relax yourself, man. Relax yourself. All right, I'll get back to you on my track and field program, man.
Don't start that argument here because there's some.
Yeah. All right, so I think we just responded to Fresh God. So let me see what kind of this. If I'm from Westmoreland, how do I get discovered? All right, so Mr. Speed, you can take it.
Yeah, Pagan, if you're a teenager and you're good, Cavalier will find you.
All right, because I'm going to say that their football. Nikolai Finlayson is from Westmoreland. He's in the league playing. Akfiba Chambers is from Westmoreland. He plays at Humble Lion.
Ronaldo
Webster. Brown was a Reno player that is at Veer. His father actually played for Reno. His father is the guy that used to play wingback. They call
Bongo is from Westmoreland and he's
Bongo, right? He's from Westmoreland. So they are. If you're a good footballer, the little guy. So you have all of these guys.
And I'm transferring another player from Westmoreland, which I found down there too.
Yeah. So you will be identified, man. You will be. You'll be identified. But the clubs in the rural parishes, I believe, needs to get there. It's time for us to stop believing. The reason why no team from Westmoreland and Hanover is in the league is because of Kasafa. No. It is because of the administration of football in those parishes.
So the last team from Westmoreland was Sandals. And they came up and they stayed
Reno.
Oh, yeah, Reno. But Reno was in the competition before. But Sandals was one of the new teams that came up and they only spent 1 year. Then before that, they have Savannah?
Yes, Savannah, yeah.
Right. They spent 1 year too. So I understand, Pagan, it's not because anybody wanted to throw them out, but I mean, Savannah was leading the Premier League after 4 or 5 games, and then them just fade away. So what you do? You can't flag a dead horse. You have to try and keep the good teams afloat.
Yeah. So there are too many clubs. Yeah. Well, that there is some truth to that. I agree, but I think we need to distinguish. We need to have and I think this is what is being done now. In Jamaica, where they are creating a tier system, which is TIER, where you have a tier 1 and a tier 2 system, where you have professional clubs. But because though we have many clubs in Jamaica, they're based on certain CONCACAF rules. I think there are only 4 or 5 clubs in Jamaica that are classified. And Mr. Speed can correct me if I'm wrong. It's around 4 to 5 clubs that are classified as professional clubs based on what CONCACAF standards are in Jamaica, right, Mr. Speed?
Yeah, we're trying to work to build up the others to the standard, but it's like pulling teeth. It's difficult. Again, remember, you kind of have an idea of what the other clubs are like. But I just wanted to go back to the message before this. So the population of Jamaica is not the problem, people. Don't ever say that. We have 3 million persons here. We have the whole Irish Caribbean want to come and play here. So there's a good population. You have to just understand the business of football. So like for now, it's become a television product. When Cavalier or Portmore playing, the whole St. Lucia watching, like the whole everybody on there, right? And when the Guyanese guy playing, the whole of Guyana watching. So don't believe for one instance that we can become a beacon where everybody wants to come here from the Caribbean to play football. That we can become that, right? And they can come and play in our tier 1 or tier 2 because some tier 2 teams actually have enough money to have the same budget as a Premier League team. What the development of football in small countries like Croatia has 5 million people, don't forget that, people keep on forgetting there's 5 million people. Iceland has 300 and something thousand people, which means Iceland is smaller than Clarendon in terms of population, right? And their football is developed. What they develop their football with is proper coaching. They have like 70. Imagine Clarendon had 70 B license coach. Iceland have 70 B license coach for 350,000. Jamaica overall has 20. So you see the difference. So development of football is not a population per se. I must stop saying it. You are going to have much persons there. Some figure like 4 million or something, I can't remember. Right? And they won the World Cup twice and come second. And they have always been a power. So it's not the population, it's the development of the football with other things which we're working towards. I can tell you that we have another B license course coming up, which we're going to be putting 24 more persons in there. So we'll be up to 40, 51 in a couple, probably by next year. So development of football is not the resource, is not the too many clubs either, because trust me, you have to make people farm where they want. If people want to farm a lot of clubs, so be it, But what you have to do is take the cream of the crop and put them at the top and let them play against each other day in, day out.
Yeah, very, very, very solid point. Town and surrounding areas will get most exposure. I don't agree with this one that 10 solid teams in the top tier. No, man, we need more than that, man. You can't have 14 parishes and have 10.
Yeah, we'll go. Look here. I mean, look here. I have to believe in a democracy. We have to believe also in a supply and demand. If we develop our players properly, there's going to be a greater demand than for 10 teams. So when you have like 200 man in a Costa Cup team, how are they going to fit into 10 teams when you improve the quality of coaching and improve the quality of the players from a grassroots level? 10 teams will not be enough. So it's always a balancing act, and that is why we're suggesting that we have a second tier competition. But I mean, football, as I said before, is not population and those things decide football. All right, it's the development programs what you have in place and what you want to achieve in the long run helps. Cataract, welcome.
Afternoon, gentlemen.
Yes.
Cataract is the boss. Welcome,
So we have a different off the ear conversation. He was not at fault for the happenings on Sunday. So we're ready for beat Mr. Speed, beat him, but he was not at fault.
All right, boss.
So teams in Kingston do not come to scout in rural areas. That's not true.
No, man, he said that they do. He said that they do.
Oh, do come. Yeah.
Because he said that he was scouted in it. Because he said, I've been scouted numerous times by Kingston-based clubs, but I don't want to pursue playing football. I know Jordan, Jordan.
How old him is?
How
old him is now?
He's around 18. His father is a coach who was on the program with us, Look at the surname. Remember that coach that was on the program with us one day?
Named German?
Yeah, man.
Yes.
That's his son right there.
Jordan, yes or no? I know them not tell the right thing, so no worries.
But Cataract, go ahead. I mean, I know you have been fighting, hard to watch the league. Is it getting any better to have Nickeisha? Nickeisha is a Boys Town. He's a Boys Town fan that I'm going to introduce. She's the first female to go over the program, but she stopped supporting Boys Town right now. I just support.
Never stop. Boys Town for life. Never stop.
But Boys Town well, if Cataract called it JPL Bush League, then I don't know what Boys Town is in. They're in the Forest League. What Cataract? Sorry, go ahead.
We don't switch because of that bush. We don't switch because of that bush. Boys Town name, so make it back up at top.
Really?
Yeah, man. As the world go back on its axis, this corona thing done, Boys Town up again.
What about Arnett Gardens? You don't support Arnett? Know that Boys Town is
No.
And your neighboring club?
When a neighboring club, Arnett is like the Tottenham of the Premier League for me, of the Jamaica League for me.
Oh, so that means you're an Arsenal fan.
Arsenal for life, never switch.
But Boys Town
RTX, Eddie and all.
So Nickeisha, Boys Town play like Arsenal doing.
Mama, you sure know how to pick them, Mama. You sure know how to pick them.
No, me never pick Boys Town. Boys Town pick me still. Living like a minute, a walk. Yeah, Boys Town pick me.
And
So
she play for Boys Town. She play for Boys Town as well. And she play female football, you know.
Oh,
Okay.
congrats.
Big up yourself. When I get to the female football yet, man. Simon, I try bring me night, but I don't really fully in it. They give the support, you know, like watch the national team. But I can't tell you some watch from bottom up. But Mr. Speed.
Yeah. Well, before you go though, because you know me have to big up the female football. We have some plans for female football, you know. And we hope for start back soon if everything was kind of plan. But this time, it won't be like the last time where every team want to come enter the female football. It have to be on proper fields. We don't want to tape no female match and see no tile behind the camera and all the things. So this time it's gonna be a really bigger and better. And we have some plans for female football now. We realize that we're crazy about the men's game, but the truth is if we put focus on the females game, we can rise faster and far and easier.
yeah, man, for real, man. Because earlier I watch a Arsenal match, woman match in the man. Yeah.
We can compete with the women them easier, man. Much easier.
Yeah. And even though I know Arsenal true and true, I love to see Bunny in the woman league in England is in. So
Manchester.
we need more, yeah.
She's the only
She's our
Jamaican
best
playing over
player.
there. She's not the only one who represents. I think we have a couple other female footballers, you know.
Yeah, but
Well, in
where
England,
she is like she at the top. We have no
yeah.
player whether male or female ever reach so high in a football.
No, Mr. Speed.
Oh.
Raheem Sterling, sir.
Oh, well.
Born in Marbury.
Yeah. All right.
They reach the same place. They reach the same place.
There is the same. All right. But so Leon Bailey, sorry.
No, Man City. Yeah, but you can't compare.
But everybody can have only one club. Aston Villa, a Premier League club. Aston Villa, one of the founding club of the Premier League, you know.
All right,
Yeah,
Cataract, you see I on the show.
me.
You see, I on the show and I see this start. Mr. Speed, here's what I think. I think probably you need to talk to the people and invite because I think Cataract have the database thing that can help with this, you know.
No, so while you say that, you see, we kind of sign off on a stats program for next year.
Okay.
Which is
for next
better.
season.
Next season.
Okay.
It's not finalized, but we're looking at Insta. So you will be able to see everything on Insta.
Well, we don't know that. All right. But we have to believe in you and what you guys doing. I don't say that.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know. Mannings know that. I don't really know it, but I don't speak what I don't know. But Sir Speed, I wanted to challenge you about the population and the suggestion given. I have to disagree with you, and I think you may not be seeing it from the right perspective. So I go from the perspective of Birmingham, right? Birmingham has a population of 1.2 million, and it has 3 main clubs in Birmingham: Aston Villa, Birmingham City, and West Brom. You have some peripheral clubs like Walsall and just Kidderminster there on the outside, but it's Aston Villa, Birmingham City, and 3 clubs servicing 1.2 million people. And I think that the suggestion, I hear me out, is COVID going to dictate certain things, you know, because some clubs won't be able to survive 2 or 3 if COVID go on for another year and lockdowns and those things won't be able to survive. But I honestly believe that you look for approximations. And we have a think about 20 police divisions in Jamaica. And
no, Frank.
No, but it's about 20 police divisions in Jamaica.
Okay.
Right? And I think they draft it up based on population, in some instances in a geographic boundary. And not that you put in football to crime, but I think if you had you start off with 1 main football club per police division. So you have 2 in St. Catherine, for example. You have St. Catherine North and St. Catherine South and St. Andrew. Just if you want to find an approximation, right? You have a general population that can manage. It's not where you're getting the players from, but it's where you're getting the population to support the team when the turnstiles open. Right? No, but Cheyenne, we're not go about asking about crime problem. We're just using an approximation, my brother, to say, all right, you could say 20 Ministry of Education divisions. All right? Ministry of Education have 6 regions and 20 divisions, if you want to do that then. But the Ministry of Education only is cut a little way. I don't understand it, right? But the police divisions are very geographic. And when you set that up as the super stream, you can say to the clubs in there, you have to merge or die. And I've been in England, a number of clubs have had to merge and form bigger clubs to be more sustainable. I think the major one will be Wimbledon, when it went to MK Dons, and then afterwards it became AFC Wimbledon. Just by the fact that it's a couple walking distance from Fulham. It's a walking distance from Fulham and a walking distance from Crystal Palace. So it just couldn't hold 3 clubs in that little small southwest London space, and one had to fold. So I believe that if you look at approximation and you say to the clubs there, okay, we take the ground, one will be a training ground because you shouldn't be playing on your training ground. Your training ground should be pristine for match day. So one club would provide the training ground and training facilities, and one would be the match day facilities. But you get a larger thing. For example, I don't know how Arnett Garden is going to survive.
Let me ask. That's
Because
what I
let
want
me give you, like I said, the realities of crime. Because whether Sax gang, Angola, Zimbabwe, everybody can come and stay them every day Sunday massacre. Because they can't even walk where road go see each other without lift up each other and slap with each other. So how they going to come on football match?
So that is what I'm going to ask you, Keter. Maybe Nickeisha. Nickeisha, would you support a team that is a merger of Tivoli, Boystone, and Arnett Gardens?
Let me ask you, would you support Boystone?
I didn't West Kingston All-Stars.
Oh, yes, West Kingston United.
Hold on. Go ahead, Nicky.
Why? They're rough still for support. If it's a long-term thing, we can't support that. Boystone for me.
Okay.
Understand?
But so what happens if Boystone financially falls? And that's a real reality. If it can't open the door tomorrow, it can't pay the light, it can't pay the water, and there's no further Boystone.
If Boystone falls, I watch football because I'm a football fan, but I don't think I have a club.
So if they had started out with a South St. Andrew, what is the division called?
Just call it West Kingston. Just call it.
But they're in West Kingston.
West Kingston. Okay.
So West Kingston.
But if you should merge and have a club, well, that would be my club then.
Right.
Because it would involve Boystone players. It would involve
not necessarily. You may not.
Well, if it doesn't, I can't see.
I can make the team.
No, but no, hold on. No, I don't want you spoil the thing, man. I'm saying in the first instant, when they do something like that, it would go like Birmingham. There are certain schools in Birmingham, they are affiliated to Birmingham City, right? So the schools within a certain thing. So all the schools in West Kingston will be affiliated to that club, meaning that that's where the original feeder thing would come from. You understand? Because you have to run an academy.
So like Stats, Charlie Simit, Denham Town.
Everything. Denham Town, Tivoli.
St. Anne's.
When you open St. Anne's, because St. Anne's closed both But go right round there, sir. Right? Come all the way around to that little set of school there, Trenchtown. Come around would be
down.
Yeah, it's a technical school now. So
no man, it's not a technical school. It's a polytechnic.
Polytechnic.
Not a technical. It's a training school. So Trenchtown. So it's the same merging thing. So Trenchtown and Charlie merge.
The merge, and they were rivals. But it's so coming live. But I'm just saying, you have some sustainability. And I honestly, Mr. Speed, with all crime going, when you open up for fans, I don't think you can have matches at those localized venues. All Tivoli have a play. Man from Denham Town and man from Tivoli support Tivoli, you know. All them are reaching the same place. And them are kill each other, brawling on Spanish Town Road. Most of the games go have to
But
take.
yeah,
Sorry, go ahead, Nickeisha. Go ahead.
yeah, but you have wars been going on forever. So and it never really
Like this
stopped.
war,
Spectators.
with the woman and
Pardon
children,
me?
them, like this
No,
kind of war with woman and children. I don't
Well, not
recall
necessarily
something
this kind
like
of
this.
war, but persons are still going out. You won't necessarily have persons involved in things coming to, coming to the match.
Right.
But you
So
would go.
the wars,
So hold
yeah.
on, Cataract, she's right. When footballer play, Arnett Garden is the venue that have the most spectator. And Tivoli Garden is able to come there and watch games, Waterhouse, no, as long as you know nothing is not an issue. Everybody
It's not
come
an issue.
full
Yeah.
from every single seat that Arnett full every single week. That was usually when Arnett was doing well, the modus operandi over there, and there was no issue. Football was one of the safest places. When I go down to Tivoli, even although me and them have some issues, I can park my car on a table and leave it open. Nothing going to happen to my car. Nobody breaking the night or anything. So I don't think the war is an issue when it comes to football.
Okay.
When it comes to football.
But the change is necessary, though. The
Pardon me?
change is necessary. You think Mr. Speed?
Yes, we must always analyze where we are and look at what is better. But we mustn't believe that we're smarter than everybody else in the world. We need to go copy the world standard, what they are doing, and stop trying to invent the way like we smarter than everybody else in the world. It's a simple thing. In England, there is no team where they represent London. The team is privately owned teams. They are in a era, and the forces of demand and supply, economics, and other things decide what exists. And that's how we should be.
But Sir Speed, I challenge you again.
You challenge me.
So there's no one team that represents London. But for example, there's one team that represents Leeds, two teams that represent Sheffield, two teams that represent Nottingham, two teams that represent Manchester.
No, Cataract.
Two teams that, hold on. And most of the time, it's a river that causes a problem, In order to geographically, Everton and thing is Merseyside, right? It's which side of the Mersey River, right? In Manchester, the same thing goes. Leeds and Newcastle and Sunderland are very strange towns because there's one city, because there's only one team in those cities. But where you go, you have two teams in the city, in the big city. Nottingham, you go Bristol, you'll have Rovers and Bristol City. You go Sheffield, you have United Wednesday. Nottingham, you have Notts County, Nottingham Forest, and you keep go down the line. You see, Leicester is our only club in the whole of the East Midlands. Is Leicester represent?
All right. No, what I'm asking the Cataract, are you saying that nobody could go into Leeds right now and start a next club? Like a billionaire could come there and start a club?
No.
Oh, I didn't know that's how it works.
No, I'm just saying that it wouldn't.
Let's look at that.
No, man, it wouldn't survive. Which club has been started in England now? Nobody has started a new club.
But you don't need to. You just go buy one.
Buy one. The newest clubs that have been started are the last clubs that go to merger. And each year in England, one or two clubs go out of existence. Right? Derby County is on the verge of going out of existence. And Derby County has won the European already, where Ravel Morrison is playing. They cannot sign a player. They can't do anything.
I think Nickeisha want to say something when they finish Cataract.
But you said no team, nobody starting a team now. But a billionaire can take one of those lower teams and move cities.
Yeah, man. No, not move cities.
Yeah.
Not move cities.
Move it. No, move like you. I buy my team. I'm saying that my team would have been more successful if it in a London or you understand? Say them take a team from championship,
any country area, right?
Yeah, any country area. What I'm saying, yeah, it can survive better in this city, so they can move from this city to this city, but still in the lower league.
It's only one club tried that, and it was a disaster. And that's Wimbledon, and they went to Milton Keynes, which is about 50 miles away. And Milton Keynes is playing in League One now from a Premier League club. Because Wimbledon was a Premier League club when the financial thing tumbled down the league. and hasn't been able to rise because the people don't follow it. And the people in Milton Keynes, they were already supporting Luton, which was nearby. Right? So just saying there's a history. You can buy a club, and build up a club. Just like the man buy Leicester and some other billionaire buy some club and throw some money in it. But they remain in the local. But they're just saying, they're just thinking outside of the box. 4, 5 years time, 10 years time, how football can survive and thrive.
Here's where I agree with you, Cataract. I think you're right on a lot of these things. In other words, but again, you cannot prevent people from wanting to start a club.
No, you can't. You can't prevent from starting one club, but you have some specification in England.
Exactly, which is what Mr. Speed is saying. In other words, so you can't be.
Hold on, man. So what is a club in England? A Premier League club must have a women's team. Must have a women's team. No football club in England can exist a part of the FA and not have a women's team. It must have a women's under 18 team. So it must have 2 women's teams, a senior team and a junior team, minimum, right? It must have an under 23 reserve team. It must have an under 20 team. It must have an under 17, under 18, sorry. And it must have, under 23, under 18, and under 15. It must have 3 teams minimum to be recognized as a club. They can't just bring 23 man and say you're a club. You must have a coach at a particular standard, right? A licensed coach. You must have a doctor. What else, Mr. Speed? There's some legal insurance.
No, but that is the standard that we have put in place here, and we have about 5 clubs that pass it, and we're working on the other clubs to get up to that standard. So we have that standard here too, which we're working through.
No, I know, and I commend the JFF on that. It is work in progress. But Mannings was asking, you stop somebody from coming.
Right.
No, man. Right. So what I was saying, Cataract, is this. So you're right, and I think you and Mr. Speed saying the same thing. What I'm saying though is that there are people who, because of how Jamaica is, people go and start a club, but like you're saying, they will not qualify for your professional setup, but they can start them football club.
Of course.
Them problem that. Yeah.
But in England, you have a pub league. You have a pub league. What they call Sunday league football. Because football never used to play in England on Sunday, It's only when television come with the Premier League that they start playing on Sunday and Monday. Football was played. All the games started the same time, 3 p.m. on Saturday, because they claim it gave unfair advantage. Mr. Speed, you're young, you don't remember those days. Mr. Speed know those days. Football start at 3, finish at 5, and then they have BBC match of the day that go worldwide at 7 p.m.
But what that means, Cataract, is that I was reading, and I read extensively about football. That are my training for know stuff. The truth is, a lot of countries used to have street football. You know that, Cataract. All that Jamaica. We used to play on the street till
Yeah, man.
What they have found is that one of the demise of football, because we don't have that anymore now, where boys from a young age playing for like 25 hours a week. Because remember, every night, every day, and you learn there's a street hierarchy, the top ball of them. You're a little boy, you get a game now, and then when you start get good, then start get old. And you learn everything if you learn of football because of how the game unpredictable, or you have to improvise, or you have bigger players whose intent is to kick you down. So and that is one of the reasons why the more football players. So there's one view that the more football player, the better off you is. You have a wide catchment area, and then you start cream them off as you get older, you cream them off till they reach the top. And that is why countries like Brazil and Argentina used to excel so much, because they were street football, beach football, tennis, all of those things that them combine together to make those players who they are. And so there's one more saying from a different side that says, listen, have 1 million team, because you only can get the best out of all of those. More people participating.
So, Mr. Speed, Nickeisha wants to say something. I agree with you but there's 2 levels. So there's a professional level.
Yeah.
In England, you have 3 levels. You have professional, you have semi-pro, and you have amateur. What we're talking about is what constitutes the professional level. Now you can't stop the amateur and amateur or grassroots football, as it's called, is the mainstay of football. Because look here, Crystal Palace, Crystal Palace, they in a Brixton every day and crying in the estate them and look out and see which little baller have the skill. That's where they scout from. They scout from the high schools, they scout from the pub team, they scout from the estate, where they call the projects, right? And then they pull those players into a professional setup. So we could never advocate that you get rid of the amateur level football where people just playing for fun. That is necessary, and that's where you get the rough gems from. But 90% of the players in England don't come up through the pyramid, Ethan Pinnock and Jamie Vardy, those are rare stories. The majority of them are like Ravel. You start or Anthony Grant or Kevin Stewart. You start.
Notice that name, the man's man, just neatly put it.
We don't ready to talk about the national team yet. I think Mr. Speed, if he comes and he's called back, because it's already coached next time, we are bringing a Swindon Town jersey and you have to wear it come on each time you come on the program. The recognition of the fact that you call the family one old man. And the old man come turn up in that middle.
On that note, let me just before you finish that point, Mr. Speed, I think you owe Mr. Grant an apology still,
Why?
Yeah, but Mr. Speed, you beat him bad.
You beat him bad still. You say when the old man go from this program, You say when this old man going on, that's just on this program, You need to say to the people, the man old, but him not cool. You understand?
I never quite said that way now. Asked him was 10 years ago.
Oh, but we are going to talk about the game, don't manage. That's why we come on. We let you guys talk about the JPL, but we don't really come to talk with this.
Yeah, but I like what Eagle Republic said, and then I'm going to let Nickeisha come in and share.
Yeah, man, Nickeisha come share.
Because he's saying that he grew up in Glendevon and there was Infernal FC and Sealer, not Sealer, were playing in St. James D1, and the two teams were on the same street. None had a feel.
But I've known teams, 4 teams on one street. It's correct. But if it's 4 corner league teams, that's fine. We don't care.
Right, and Mr. Speed is correct. You have 4 pubs in England on one street and the 4 pubs of a team.
Yeah.
And really, a pub team going on. Pub teams make their money because the pub, after the match or during the match, make a lot of sales in terms of beer. Yeah. From the little 500 people come and support you. Regular in a pub, you might have 20, 30 people, but when a pub player have 200, 300 people, you have to open the bucket at the freezing cold, and people drink outside. So that is the basis of the pub team, and that's not stopped. But we're talking about the professional structure. So that's the last thing we leave. Because Mr. Speed can think on these things that we can lead in a more reasoning and see how we can come to. But I believe that a Manchester United in Manchester Parish United would do better than a Mile Gully. Because everybody in Manchester got adapt the team.
You mean a Manchester FC? Yes.
Manchester FC.
We were looking at Portmore FC born out of that, Mobile FC born out of that. No, right. That's fine. But not a parish team where the parish, it must be an individual who own the team or a set of individuals and claim an era. I'm fine with that.
Right. But you support the mergers and the coming together because they just not enough people gonna go to football. And I challenge Mr. Speed. Mr. Speed, I promise you, unless you give me empirical evidence, ain't nobody in Guyana watching. No, they are watching Western Tigers. They are watching Kitty Campbellville.
I'll get evidence for you.
Right. So give me the evidence.
Cataract. Akeem Clark and Kevin Lane family watch the
not league. Even in cousin them. Because they were watching Kitty Campbellville, Western Tiger, and Buxton FC and Linden United.
Cat,
him
we'll bring him on for the
But-
program. We're going to bring him on for the program, you know.
No, he have to show me.
I will soon deal with the cataract. You eat
But
your words with that one.
no, but what I want to say to you is, I like the direction of bringing the best players from the region to play in Jamaica, because I believe it will lift the standard of the local players and give competition for places. So I applaud that move. Right? I think it's a forward thinking move. And the Jamaican dollar strong and the Jamaican girl them look good. Huh. That's why I'm at them up. You understand?
Nickeisha, let me just get in
You
Nickeisha.
can get Nickeisha for marry the Guyanese and play for boys.
The lady don't worry already. Okay. Anyways, Nickeisha, so let me ask you now. So, like Cataract proposed, they come to you and say, listen, all right, not enough resources not in West Kingston. So we're going to merge Boys Town, I don't know which other team, Tivoli, Arnett Gardens. And we're going to call it, I don't know which other team.
Arnett is South Central.
Yeah, and it is a different consequence.
So
Arnett is not in Kingston.
Actually, a Boys Town and Arnett.
No man, Boys Town and Arnett is on the same road, you know.
No,
Is
yeah,
it?
but the border for
Like-
the border between Kingston and St. Andrew stops where Arnett is. You understand? So Arnett is
let me see.
No, cataract.
City of Kingston, Boys
No,
Town.
man.
a piece of Boys Town, them and Arnett vote for the same politician.
Yeah, man. No, I know, but the other piece of Boys Town, where the whole club is, the whole Boys Town got a problem. Why would I have a problem?
Boys Town, the border actually run to the middle. Cataract, Boys Town run to
I know.
the middle like you.
I know.
Yeah.
I was hoping somebody didn't pick that.
Boys Town and Arnett is in the same constituency.
Yeah, but no, part of Boys Town.
Cataract, you live there, no Cataract.
No, but me I tell you.
No. Cataract is right. Part
Right,
of
the city
part
of
of West Kingston run between the field, in the field.
Yeah, man. That's why you have to know a man's land and there's something there.
So right, so would you support that team if there was one team? I mean, even if no player from Boys Town were able to make that team.
Well, Boys Town are factory, you always have fine players.
Okay. But let me hear what Nickeisha said, then I'm going to take a couple of these. Go ahead.
I mean, it's gonna take a while to grow on you, but if that is the case and how it have to be, well, I mean, you have persons who, all right, like how I am loyal to Boys Town, I will never look at Arnett. There was a time when I prefer when Arnett was on the brink of dropping out, and I was like, yeah, that's so charm I like. But you have other persons who are just the football. So I know there are persons who will support this league. Yes, me and my sister watch the match of a Boys Town. That's how it is. That's how it strong the rivalries. But still, you know, there are persons who will support that. And after a while, if it's a not a Arnett and a Boys Town team, but a West Kingston where we are involved in that, that's what we'd have to support.
Okay, all right. Get it.
I just want to say, man, I'm an Arnett Garden supporter, right?
Ooh.
She had smiled at me one time, but no, it's smile gone. But I'm an Arnett Garden supporter, right? In terms of the local team, I would think. But I can't, in the war now, me can't go convince 3, 4, 5 per hero at the time. Me can't say 4 or 5 of my friends to pack up in a 4 or 5 per hero. I could go down and jump. It's not safe. They don't feel safe. I just tell you. So we're all right. We bought season seats. You know, the first set of seats they put in with the plastic and the comfortable part, what they call the VIP over on it. We buy our seats, right? But I don't think those, because you have to have support from elsewhere. You know, for any football club to survive, it can't be just the community. So leagues don't survive based on the man them that are come sitting at the shed end, right? Aston Villa don't survive by the people that come sitting at the whole end. It's the people who buy the 5,000 and 10,000 pound box for the year.
Yeah.
so that they can come and drink champagne and get a chef and these things. So they say manage the thing to survive, you have to look at it in a different way and with less passion and less more realism to how the way the world is going right now. Because the more you're there on television, is the less you need fans who live from where you come from. Because West Kingston United, if I've been saying them, if they get it with the right betting syndicate, the league sponsored like the Chinese man and start bet by a league. You think them business about where boys down there and they just want to know 2 games of football and play and they can't bet money. Because them bet for all the Slovenia second division and the Danish third division and they don't know their team. But
And the more unpredictable division is at that time the more bet.
right.
But and sorry, another thing to look at too, the merger and saying that like persons from the area, if you're nobody from your area is in there, they're gonna think some politics involved at all times. Like why this man is not a part of the team and this man good and true him come from Boystone and Boystone have no, such and such. Why him can't get in? True Tivoli have and honored people them have them money, them can't get in them ballers. So why Boystone? Them things they are
okay, no, man, we have to listen to you, because remember, so we just have the idea what we don't know the fullness. So we have to somehow in there it would have to ensure that all the communities have a stakehold in the club, so that no one place dominates. That's what you say. So,
yeah.
No, man, that's a good saying, because I didn't think say maybe you can do it, man. Just like how England said, certain amount of players have to come from your academy. So maybe each of the smaller academy, because Boystone would still be an academy, and Tivoli would still. So X amount would have to be in that West Kingston team, the 25-man squad or the 30-man squad. So you get to play together. But it's a thing we have to think about. You have to adapt or you go out. Remember, so one time Blockbuster, the man who run Blockbuster, was a billionaire. Now nobody now watch video cassette. Not even the man that we are juggling. You understand? And the typewriter. So we want to talk about Costa Rica.
Well, I know, Mr. Speed. So we have a couple of questions. So we're gonna make a little transition. I don't know how much time we have leave, but and then we go. So let me somebody just put up this, and then we're gonna go to the Costa Rica thing, like Ketterer says. Why don't you coach a team because you get Cavaliers to pass the ball?
You can put Mr. Speed on the spot.
No, you have to answer. You can't play the fifth. You can't play the fifth. You understand me? But I have to put up the comments, You hear comments. Some of these things, for him to answer it to be a conflict of interest. Mr. Speed, I'm sure if you're... But let's put up the comments so you can see it, right? Because
no. But look here, every team play different and every coach have them different tactics. My tactics is to pass ball. So means a position-based team. But that don't mean if you don't have the right players, I know. Remember, if the players play one way or the other, it have to be something that you're engraving at them from them young. You can't just come here and decide to have a player who bring the game. So that is why most coaches just play a counter-attacking game because it's easier to play. You don't have to develop a team in a passing environment. All of my players from 13 come up. That's the environment. Pass the ball, don't stall, pass the ball. So it's easier for you to deal with that when you come in a Premier League stage. But for the national team, the coach pick them own style and stick with it.
Ketterer, this question is for you. We're going into the discussion. This question is for you.
Well, Corey Burt missed the third. I don't know, Mr. Speed. Is it 2 yellow cards in there?
I think that's the rule. But
2 yellow cards? Whoa.
In international football,
Is it
tournament, I think that's the rule.
No tournament, I think that's the rule, yeah, man.
Whoa, I didn't know that.
Remember last Gold Cup, we couldn't get it. Low couldn't play because, not the last one, the one before, because he picked up 2 yellow cards. I think that's the rule.
All right. If you become a business, all right, evolving, Mr. Speed.
No. I will answer for Mr. Speed. The answer is no.
Yeah. I used to coach him, people. A lot of people take the praise. I used to have him when he much younger, Tariq Maggie.
Unless you started watching football on September
21.
8,
20.
2021
No, sorry.
at 9:30 p.m.
Yeah.
in the second half of the Costa Rica match, you could ask such a question. Jesus Christ. Big up Tyreek Magee, he really had
Relax,
a
Cataract. This is a young youth,
second half.
man. Hey, we're going to on to the program, and he will learn much more Cataract. Am I right?
No, I just say to them that we can't take a second half performance and start glorifying. So who named Baby Gardner? Who named
Yeah.
Walter Boyd?
Yeah.
Who named Nandy Lowe? No, man. And Twinny Bug, and then you go Winston Anglin, and you go Durant Brown. Who named them on this?
Bro.
Big up Cheyenne Atkinson.
Let a true professional talk. Okay, shut up. You let a true robot ask the question then. But Mr. Speed, you want to know if it's the best you have ever seen.
No, not even close.
Mr. Speed.
If Mr. Speed and Cataract concur, you know, say.
What happened to your golden boy, Jamai Topi?
Well, he played a match-winning performance against Portmore on Friday, gone. It was really good. So he's back in Jamaica and playing for us now. And him getting into some form of shape. And he was really outstanding in the game. I was proud of him in the game. I'm very proud of him.
All right, Mr. Speed, you know what? Listen, the man is saying that, and this is the man who asked the question. He's actually saying he did not ask Cataract, so he really wanted to. So that's
But you see what happened to the robot? He did not ask Cataract. It's something that linked with the chip. No, something that linked with the chip.
Look here. Terry Magee played for me when he was a youngster, right? I know his quality. Him is a very good player, but Terry Magee had a couple issues. Remember, in the modern game, players Kaim Paris are the same issue, Alex Marshall are the same issue, because they are such outstanding superstar in the school system, and some of those coaches don't get them to play properly. It just stifles their development. So what used to happen when I talk to some of these superstar players, them say the coach to them said, don't do no work off the ball. Don't play without the ball, just play with the ball alone. So no modern day coach, when job depend on it, his job is on the line day in, day out, will ever tolerate a player like that. So in addition, no modern day professional footballer will ever tolerate you on the field and don't do your share of the work. So I'm hoping that Tyreek Magee, which was one of his problems from earlier, and not just him, there's other Jamaican footballers too, which I mentioned. Some of them play for Cavalier, and I had help getting them to work off the ball. It's going to take a lot of time to develop, but he's a really good prospect, and you can see flashes of brilliance. I remember in the under-20 World Cup qualifiers against Mexico, there was a brilliant goal that he scored. So there's flashes of brilliance, but he must have to learn the rest of the game. And before we start talking about the best we ever see, or the worst we ever see. Remember, football is not just a fence and play with the ball. Football is also play off the ball. So that's my assessment on Tyreek Magee. He's not anywhere near being the complete footballer yet, and he have a lot of way to go.
All right. So Shatta, you hear from a true professional. I hear from me. I hear from me a Cataract. But let me just take a couple from Neil, and then we're gonna ask you a couple of things.
But a good player.
Yeah.
We need to talk about the Costa Rica game.
Yeah, man. But CONCACAF need a Premier League, not only a CONCACAF Champions League, to improve the other CONCACAF teams.
All right. So for this CONCACAF Premier League, what is happening? You see, it is under construction, right? So don't believe that. I must tell you, this president of CONCACAF is the best we ever have. I mean, in my lifetime. I don't know about nobody else, not care nobody else wants it, because all of these things we have the Gold Cup now. The Women's Gold Cup is coming up, and we're looking at CONCACAF Premier League, and we're looking at even the Caribbean Premier League, right? You move from that stage. But one of the biggest problems with the Caribbean Premier League is because how far the countries are from each other, transportation, and then as Cataract talked about, the business side is a problem, because for you to fly in and out of countries every week to go play in this Premier League, it's just too difficult. It just can't happen financially because they don't have the base, the support base. They have teams playing like that. Because I remember we tried it already and it just never worked before. People withdraw and all of that. So there's a concept that they could use hubs. They're looking at a concept to use hubs. So Jamaica could be a hub. So our Premier League that we play out here is it would be a zone. Then You're looking at one in Trinidad, you're looking at one in Dominica Republic, and probably 80. And again, it is limited the amount of countries who can support a hub. Once that hub come down to the final part, maybe the top two, then you can have the playoff spot. So that is what they're looking at, to have a CFU or a CONCACAF Champions League. Looking at hubs first and then so on. I think it's more CFU leagues. And then
you say you don't like to reinvent the wheel. So how does the cricket people do it? With the Talawas and the Jaguars?
It's one team from each country. That's not the case with this.
No,
it's not the case with this.
So I'm saying it couldn't that sort of with how they play their matches and stuff be something that they look at, because it's the same distance you're talking about, you know.
No. But they pick 6 teams or 8 teams and go one place and play that. And they move around a little, but they kind of go one place. So, but what we're looking at, you're going to find yourself in the Caribbean of 48 teams. So that type of traveling just can't work. So what they are looking at is using hubs. So the top 2 from Jamaica go, and the top 2 from Dominica Republic, and top 2 from Trinidad. Those 6 now would meet to decide who's the champion. So that's how they're looking at it.
All right.
Because cut costs.
Yeah, man. I don't want you to have to leave Mr. Speed without, at least, because there's so many questions coming in for your people. I'm not going to put up anymore. I'm going to get to Nickeisha, because I'm not going to put up some of the questions related to the coaching situation, because it would be a conflict of interest. And Mr. Speed not going to answer.
No,
he's not going to answer that. And I know Cataract needs to ask some questions, but so please just bear the comment. I see Teddy Lee asking is Richard King better than Jamai Topi? All of these things, but we're not going to get into both players play for the clubs. If we couldn't do that.
2 different players, but them.
Yeah. So Nickeisha, what are your thoughts on the game last night? Jamaica versus Costa Rica. And I know your nephew scored.
Nickeisha nephew?
Yeah.
Yeah, big balls.
I met your sister at AC Maria.
On Saturday.
Saturday, yeah,
on
man.
Saturday.
Yeah, man.
And I met my grandnephew as well. Shamar Jr. Yeah.
So what you saying? And when you thought of that that necker?
That a neck or shoulder chest.
It wasn't a head up. So it must be a neck.
That's what I was. It was a shoulder chest something. See, well, it was good. That was gone the next way.
It connect.
Connect. All right, it connect.
Well, what I
it was what am I saying now? A long time when I say Jamaica play so. It was. I keep asking where was this on Sunday, but then I realized it's total different players on the field now. So different set of players, because we couldn't string 2 passes together on Sunday, and last night was balling on the pitch. Big balls I should have scored a hat-trick. I'm not lie you. Big balls have to score a hat-trick. For reals.
You can beat him. You can't beat him. Beat him.
Yeah, because I tell people, not because he's my nephew. If him for score it, me I make him know say him for score it. Him should have scored it. I understand? Because just like any other player, I'm going to cuss them and tell them, say, yo, brother, that should have scored. And our brother, that same way. Was a man come on, man, that for score. You understand? So, it's good that we get a jar, we're not too far from well, we're far from the rest of the teams, but not too far. At least we get a point. And to not be able to get nothing from Costa Rica in a while, it's good to get the 1 point, Hopefully, the next set of matches, the team can get a little bit more gel together, and we have some better performances coming up. But last night game was good to watch. It never iced so like Sunday.
Yeah, all right. Good analysis, Cataract.
Well, a lot of questions, and I hope Mr. Speed can stay a little bit and I hope him have charge for him phone. There's some things that will iron out. Yesterday's performance made me proud to be a supporter of the Reggae Boys. 'Cause I know some ultra, I know other team in the world. I don't like no Brazil, I don't like no Argentina, I don't like no Germany, no Italy, no Spain, no one team now. If Jamaica not playing I work up, I can't tell you where I work up look at. Come in and watch it. Right? So here we go now. The game we took the fight to Costa Rica as a home team trying to get 3 points on the board. And we absorb the pressure, and then when our time come, we apply the pressure. So it was end-to-end stuff. Put you some passes in the game. We decide to do away with this long ball. Let me mind my mouth. This long ball foolishness that we have taken up.
You know, mind your mouth.
Well, call it what them. Well, call it what them think foolishness out there, mind him out. I wonder if anybody mind him out where that's it.
Much stronger word that start with F. But we decide that we now know what a CDM is and how you use a central midfielder to restart the play. And so you know that both in terms of if you look at Anthony Grant and Speedy Williams, the number of touches they had in this game is 3 times the touches that DJ and Ravel had when they were in the first half, just half by half. Total bypass of the midfield that we were doing, even in Mexico, we seem to have calmed down with that. We've had a couple revelations. It was nice to see Tyree McGee, and the coach had to give him a talking to. And then it obvious that he listened to what the coach said, because he came out playing different after that little sideline talking to, and he started to put in some defensive work. Even though he's meek as a lamb, but he's trying, and at least it make a 1 second delay so that other players can get back. I was impressed with Speedy. Williams in CM central midfield role, and both himself and Anthony Grant seem to develop a much better understanding in this game, having just met each other 7 days ago. So I like what I saw in the central midfield there, breaking up of play, restarting the play, and being an outlet. That was very good. So the midfield was much improved. The defense line, it's a bit tough because we know that Damian Lowe was punishing, but there were a couple of mistakes made and they gave away the ball a lot of times. And that, I think Damian Lowe lost the ball, one of them lost the ball 20 times. Albus Powell was to lose the ball 25 times in a game, 23 times, I don't know. But it's a long-standing central defensive partnership, and if you only give up 1 goal in the game away from home and they stand up, you still have to respect them. Man of the match is obviously Kemar Taxi Lawrence. What a gem, 270 minutes of football he gave Jamaica. That's pride and his national pride carry through. Cause no regular man can play 270 minutes of football in the space of 7 days and then go have to play for your club Saturday. So man of the match definitely was Kemar Lawrence. Up front, the problem to put the ball behind into the net is still a major problem. Good goal by Boza, a nice build-up play, as Nickeisha said. They put 5 passes together and it lead to a goal. And I hope we see what 5 passes can do. Because it went from Mariappa to Grant to Tyree McGee to Kemar, and then Kemar put the crossing and Boza guided the ball into the net, right? Too many chances missed though. You can't miss the opportunities like that.
Lucky too many missed shots.
Lucky we didn't get punished. I don't like to beat player, but Mr. Speed, if there's a file for Javon East, beg you lost it now, please. God he knows. I've been watching Jamaica for 25 years, and that is the singularly worst miss I ever see in my life.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's because I'm playing at Costa Rica, him forget which side him I play for, I don't know. I can't. I waited to watch it again. I haven't seen the game again, but I really waited to watch and see how he managed that. And I don't miss about the offside because I think the referee doing my favor because he look bad.
Yeah.
So,
All right. All
but
right.
we do have to talk about when I hear Mr. Speed, we do have to talk about it vis-a-vis the Mexico game, vis-a-vis the Panama debacle. We have to see what went right, what went wrong from a just a basic
No, but we will. I mean, look
Yeah, man.
here.
Mr. Speed, let me come
We
to you.
will
Cataracta
assess
send
all of
you.
that,
Hold
but
on,
not.
Mr. Speed. I'm going. Cataracta sent you a message for Richard. See if you can help me with that. Now, go ahead, Mr. Speed.
I don't know what Qatar is saying is something that we know we have to look through and assess as a technical team, both the technical committee and the technical staff. We'll go through all of those and assess it, and then we'll come up with some decide what is the best course of action. So that is to come. So we're not. So I'm agreeing to that will happen. It's just that it don't happen yet. We'll wait for the team to come back. We need to see all the reports, and then we'll have some discussion.
Okay. I think an earlier question was asked. Let me see
because
that.
Mr. Speed is in the
Go
technical
ahead,
committee
Cataracta.
now. Because I wasn't expecting him to come and speak on something that would compromise him, right? So
Yeah.
but I think he enjoyed the game. And there are serious things to talk about regarding the whole administration and the things that go around a team because it's a different time in this
Yeah.
sport time, right? How you integrate players, what sort of accommodations, and I'm using general word, has to be made for a team. And I just want to ask, does the JFF or the national team have a dietitian or a nutritionist?
They're a chef travel with the team.
But no, but a nutritionist who says this is what the
No,
players.
well, I'd assume that he gets that advice before he cook. I wouldn't have thought that he must just go cook anything.
Okay. Yeah, you
So
had some questions, Manins.
hmm?
Uh,
Manins had some questions.
right. So firstly, let me say this. I did say that Jamaica supposed to beat this Costa Rica team initially. And worst case a draw. And here's why. The Costa Rica team is one of the older teams in this qualifiers left, right? So I expected a performance. And so the team played better, obviously, but there are still certain things that need to be fixed in the team. And I remember when we qualified in 1998, when we finished the first, was it 6? We didn't start doing. I think when we played the
First
second,
5 match, we had 5 points.
5 points, and then we accumulate most of the points were because we never lost a game once the Paul Hall, Fitzroy Simpson.
And we end up with 13, but that was hexagonal.
Right. So we got 8 points without losing a game. So what that says to me is that when we get to the second round, there should be at least some jelly. So my hope is that we are not too far off for when the return leg start, so we can make a big push for this. I still think there. I wonder if Kemar Lawrence gets injured, what happens? Because
We have Bell. But we have Bell now. Who was supposed to be the backup. He just never made the trip. Amari Bell.
okay,
So the overall question, look, and these are things when the things that speak can answer. With Amari Bell, and we know some of the reasons why he's not here, but we now bring the program into disrepute. But with Amari Bell making himself unavailable, why wasn't a resolution sought, for example, to make a draft in Greg Lay, who has played for Jamaica?
Well, remember, what you have to realize in a cataract is that there's rules about when the request is to be made to the club. There's time rules. So if something is unforeseen and you did talk about Maribel and Taxi as a two-person, which is not squad at 23, probably just one, two right left backs. Then if something go wrong with one of them, the time for you to request the player from the club might have passed. Because even in the case of King, the time for them to request King for that for go to Mexico. Did pass, but Roy professionally wrote Cavalier and said, listen, I know the time passed, but may ask if release the player same way. I mean, some clubs you don't look here. If you write them after the time, you're not even gonna look on the letter. So and it looks so unprofessional. So that's
Right. No, I'm saying, for example, we knew, but let's say even for the Costa Rica game, we would have had more than 72 hours to make the request.
I don't know if it's 72 hours is the time, I don't know if it's 72 hours. Really, I really don't know. But there's a time constraint, and I'm going to say that might have been the reason why they probably didn't. They couldn't get it.
Well, we know the time, which someone will try.
And I don't know if I'm right.
For the last game, I'm talking about for the last game. Taxi having played the first game, I don't think he could have come in time for the Mexico game. And the same I would ask with Kevin Stewart and Jordan Cousins.
I don't know this.
No, hold on. No, the question is, why would we call a player who is injured? And this is something that has been done and noted in the Gold Cup time. Same with Liam Bailey, players who it's widely known of their injury situation.
Look most players that actually play football around the clock, then play injured, and they have no injury. Most players play with a little something. So if you're talking to the player and the player said to you, say, I think I will be able to play, they say, okay, put in the squad because it's a squad. We pick 35 persons. So I don't see anything wrong with you widening your pool because the player the bigger. Some assurance say, yeah, man, we should be ready by that time to play. You put him in. I mean, the recovery might be longer than you expected, and it don't happen. So I don't know if those are big issues, to be honest, because we have 70 people, as far as I know, almost 70 people who's eligible to play for Jamaica, 45 born in Jamaica and 15 from overseas. So I don't know if those things are issues, to be honest. It's just for us to, when we reach down to the business side, we pick who we're picking and finalize the squad. I wouldn't think those are big issues.
So, we wouldn't hamper it except to say the English clubs and in the mood that the English clubs were, any excuse that they give not to release a player, including a player being injured, they are most likely not going to err on the side of the national team.
Correct. And also, if you miss the deadline to ask them because you're running a problem, they're not going to send the player.
No, they're not
going to look on it.
Right. So I would just say that it is a risky task to call a player who is injured because the club going to do that first. Liam Bailey, Aston Villa would never release him because they want to say injured. And
that's all right. That's a little bit. Yes, you're right, but it's a little bit unfair to say it's a Jamaica problem. Even I'm hearing big clubs and they say this player is touch and go for this weekend. Right now, me have Ronaldo Webster injured in the last match. I'm touch and go for this weekend. That don't mean say him in my squad. I mean I'm eyes or in my side to play. It's just that when it come down for him pass the final test, you're going that the physio or doctor will say, well, enough a player. And that's the end of that. But every coach still have hope so they can get them best players. So they keep on talking to them. The player say, yes, man, I'll make it, man. Me supposed to recover by this time. Percentage of recovery is important because maybe him not recover 100% and the club just say no. But I don't see nothing wrong with us. We pick 35 people. I don't see nothing wrong. We know some are drop out. That's fine. I wouldn't and we did that because we know some might drop out. You can talk about balance, but the whole process no, I don't think it's an issue. I don't.
Dre anyway that come on, so never yield.
Yeah, welcome Dre anyway that joined the show. Nickeisha is back on. People, careful what you're saying that this is Bowser's aunt. Put up with a joke we have a
you know, you too badness.
Nah, man, she good so far, man. She good, man. She's straight down the middle.
She's straight down the middle. All right. Yeah. And she's an Arsenal fan, so she knows football, people.
Yeah, man.
All right. Neil Sovereign is asking, will the JFF continue to sort out with the clubs the availability of the UK players base players due to red listing?
Yeah, look here, we're in a pandemic, man. So we have to be light on our feet. We're in a pandemic, and some things not going to go as how you want it to go. But you have to just get ready for move. When you have to move, sometimes it costs us a little more money if we make certain adjustments. And the UK based players, yes, we're not throw them with them in our pool and we use them as we need to be to use them. And we know what the rules are, the FIFA rules, and it's not like if we do it properly, then can say they're not coming up. They must say FIFA this morning or yesterday banned some Brazil player who not gonna play for Brazil, About
Really?
Eh?
Or was it the Brazil FA asking them to be banned by FIFA?
And FIFA wrote to the clubs to indicate the following players can be played.
Yeah, can't
So
play.
the players can't play. So hold on. So whose fault is that? Is the players' fault or the
No,
club's?
no, FIFA is saying to the club that since the club cannot play for the national team, then they cannot play for the club team for the equal number of games. That's what I understand.
Which is 5 days, I think, in some cases.
Oh, okay.
Right. So they will miss 2 games.
Some will miss 2, some will miss 1.
Okay.
But that's
All
how
right.
it is. So don't worry about it. The person who just write, them have to come unless they give you a good reason. And if them don't want to come and then give you a good reason, like them injured or something, you can't do anything about it. Right?
All right. New York says, will the JFF lobby the government to permit vaccinated fans and remember of the home games?
Yeah, I think that's likely.
Come here, Mr. Speed, Mr. Speed, me not happy, Mr. Speed.
No. Hold on.
Me the match, me the Panama match, Mr. Speed.
Hold on, let me rephrase. We don't know what the government are going to do. Let me just say that. But we will lobby, but we don't know what the government are doing. Let me just make it clear. The government have a crisis, and government go and handle the crisis so they feel best. And I don't think they'll want to ensure, they don't want anything to happen because of football. One thing I can tell the government without fear is that there is no record that sports is driving what we are going through now as it relates to the pandemic. No record anywhere.
Yeah, and the next thing, hey, anyway, me down trouble catch rock on the show. Dre, anyway, any question, Nickeisha, any question you have re the match or Dre, anyway, because we have a couple of people. Hold on, Dre. People, like up the video now, please. Fresh God, where the shutter, thank you, shutter. 8 more subscription to 1,000. So if you have not yet subscribed, please subscribe. Cheyenne Atkinson, where you there? Fresh God, where you there? Dre, anyway, go for it.
Yeah. So good effort and fight from the team last night. First of all, good evening, gentlemen. Cataract, Mr. Speed, lady on the panel, Shamar Aunt, big up Boza anywhere in there. Also a member of the football in 90 team. Big him up. All right. So let's get that out of the way. So now, Mr. Speed, to your knowledge, did at any point Theodore Whitmore, head coach of the team, was told that he had to start all 8 players that were UK based that was training with the national team while they were in Mexico for the Panama game? To your understanding or knowledge?
I can only swear for myself. I never tell him so. I don't know if somebody else tell him so, but me can lick my chest and say it's not. If he was told so, it's not me. And the truth is though, the president came out and said it's not him either. There is only one more influential person in the JFF who could have done that. It would be the vice president in charge of technical matters. And I am the person in charge of technical matters on the board. It wasn't me, President Sam, wasn't him. So I would have really like to ask her who of them power because I don't know that person. So I don't know. I can't say yes or no if somebody said that here, but I know it's not me. And the president says nothing. So I don't know who could that be.
But nobody was like, I hear this thing going around. But when I listen to the statements, I don't hear anything suggesting that, from the coach suggesting that he was told who to play. I don't hear it. People insinuating and taking things out, but I don't hear.
Personally, I would never tell a coach that because nobody couldn't tell me that when me coach a team. I remember I was coaching a team in St. Catherine. Win the first leg of the semi-final. I go to the second leg and the owner called me and tell me, say 2 players mustn't play on the team. I asked him who him think him at talk to. And him say, well, a film team. I'm just all right, make somebody else coach it. Somebody else walk away. He just lose the second leg like a dog. I'm just laugh all fight. One piece of fight. No, you can't. I mean, no, I don't believe in that. Anybody telling a coach who to pick and who to play. I don't believe in that. None of that. Anybody I hear say do it, even if them in a JFF and tell any coach that me and them have words, but now support that. None at all.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. I'm going to soon get back to Keterok, see if you have any more questions. But Nickeisha, what do you think we need to do going forward? I mean, we have 3 more games coming in October, right, Mr. Speed? USA, Canada, and Honduras.
This kind of the team need to gel. The players them need to get to know each other. That's first. And it's kind of difficult with you know the short space of time that we have. Because with 1 year missing, 1 year of no football, and the match them have to be coming in thick and fast, there's not enough time for them to, you know, get to know each other. So that's one of the main things I think is a problem, right? Another thing is putting out the best squad on the day, not just anybody. Just, you understand? Just putting out the best squad, looking for the best in each position. That's going to help the team.
So what? So that means, because I want people to know how real you are, you know. I want people to realize that people, this is Doshie's Bowser's aunt. She will tell you that if Bowser's supposed to bench, bench. Right? So when you explain that to them, I want them to know that this is not a family thing for you. It's the best players on the day. So go ahead and share that with
He's the best player on the team. The best for Jamaica. Because we watch one World Cup and we watch our next one. So if Bowser not good on the day, and he have to come off for a man who, or a man, he have to get dropped for a man who performing the best. Yeah. You understand?
And I can see why Bowser.
But Bowser doesn't perform still. So
yeah, and I can see why Bowser does so good. Because with support like you push him. You make sure same have to do the business every time for him to play schoolboy to come up Premier League. Yeah, and there's more people like you we need to help push some of the players. I really like that.
Yeah, man. You have to, because back then, as I tell people, you know, a lot of people don't know Bowser until Bowser start playing for Boystone big team. If I should go down into the record of Bowser from school, but because Bowser school wasn't you know?
Right. But so I know him, but I can encourage him. When he was playing in the Costa League, when he was under 13, every year Bowser win the leading goal scorer. Under 13, under 15.
And top scorer and assists.
Yeah, it
was same thing.
And you know why I know? And she right. Bowser is 1 year older than Alex Marshall. You say every Bowser win the under 13 now and then go up to under 14, so play under 15, then Alex win the goal scoring title. So when Bowser move from under 15 go up to under 17, then Alex win the title. And that's how they have been, Alex Marshall, they have been right through. Bowser is always the top scorer in every league when playing. It's true, Shatter.
Always. 3 goal, 4 goal. That's why the other day when him get him first senior hat-trick, I was over the moon, over the star, the sun, the whole 9 planet.
Oh, the man just then go like, the man just jump when the man... No. The man... We don't even give him man some food, man. We don't like, go on.
No.
The man drunk.
He might get it together, man. He might get it together because he know the requirements, you know. He know the requirements, and him with pushing him and him knowing what he need to do is another thing. Understand? Him know what he need to do. Him know him want. Going to the World Cup is right now top on list.
Oh man, she's right about Bowser in determined. Yeah. Bowser go on more than one tries before him get through, but he never give up. He just
never. I mean, go as a top player in our Premier League at the time, scoring up goals, and then go and shine in Philadelphia and nothing. No Finland, nothing.
Right.
And you know, but then again, it's everything just work out at the right time. I remember him tell me about you too, Mr. Speed, when him come up Mona, when him come the time. Yeah man, him tell me man, when him say him, you ask, who that look at you there? You have one, you know? And then him tell me how you talk to him and everything. So
Yeah. But
yeah, so
Mr. Speed, all right, thank you, Mr. Speed. I love this idea. Yeah, this person said that the South African government and federation team up to give away tickets to fans vaccinated. Um, weekend, a week of games. I don't know what a WN for a week of games as an incentive for people to get the job. So maybe part of your proposal to the government is this: that listen, I mean, you see how some of the man they when they want to take the vaccine. Tell you understand me? Maybe that will.
No, but that not gonna work unless a Johnson and Johnson vaccine because the thing is fully vaccinated. You have to wait 3 weeks, 3 months, then get the second dose,
Three
and then
months.
12 weeks is the
no, but I think
no
it's
people. Let me tell you, the optimal science says you take the first dose, you wait 12 weeks, you get the second dose, and then 2 weeks after the second dose, that's 14 weeks, you are fully vaccinated. Unless, of course, it's the Johnson and Johnson you're taking, which is the one shot.
One
well
shot.
I have to take 2 weeks.
well
That is not
I have persons who take the Pfizer couple weeks ago, and they're supposed to go back like the 14th or so of this month.
well, no, they might try to hurry it up, but may I tell you whatever they call, but you have to get,
That was what I heard. What
you have
you
to get
said.
2 doses.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mama, you have to get 2 doses, plus you have to wait 2 weeks.
All right, let me
And
just skip down.
But I just want to ask Mr.
Let me just
Speed
say
a
this to you.
question. And the thing where you said, money.
See, Shatta correct you, but go ahead. Okay, no,
Pfizer is
Shatta
2 weeks
challenge.
apart. I took AstraZeneca, right? And there's no vaccine that is 2 weeks apart because it takes 2 weeks for even the thing to set in your body. But see somebody has said 8 weeks. Well, 8 weeks is the minimum. No, 8 weeks is the minimum. No,
I
8
think the
weeks
first
is the
one said
minimum.
8 weeks. But how much weeks is it? Well,
Well,
anyway, I don't remember how long we take.
Shatta will say 2 weeks. Remember, Shatta, you don't write the sentence correct, you know.
I
So,
think I was 6 weeks apart. I get my one and AstraZeneca.
okay, I think AstraZeneca are 12 weeks. And
All right,
no,
go ahead,
but I want to
Cataract. You
ask
were
a
going to
question
ask
to Mr.
something, and then
Speed.
I will
Mr. Speed,
invite.
I want to ask again. For the upcoming away games, we cannot have 3,000 Costa Rican in a stand and 3 yard man and then one baby mother with a one youth, a whole of the Jamaican flag. And we the already vaccinated, have the COVID-19 test, and can't find nowhere. I said, you are not to blame. That's why I ask you, somebody to tell us where is the ticket that we can buy, the match ticket. Because as you know, you cannot simply just buy an away match ticket for football to go Costa Rica and end up in the section with the ultra. There's supposed to be a section designated for away fans. So, what is the situation going forward from with the USA game and the Honduras game away? With the JFF have tickets available.
Remember, me always tell you, say, when it comes to marketing, me not strong for marketing. Me not even try ask them anything. So, here what me I got, me I type a message to ask somebody now, but me can't answer. Me kind of stick to my thing.
I know you're security, but when you have your board meeting or something, that has to be
No, man, on a board meeting, something that, man. That a marketing meeting, man.
All right, check it out. You want to check it out, Mr. Cataract.
Let me go one further, Mr. Speed. When the charter is going from Jamaica, the charter don't full. Back in Mr. God rest his soul days, the balance of the seats on the charter, we could purchase a ticket like the fan.
Yeah, but Mexico wasn't allowing anybody else to come.
No, man. Mexico is a red zone. Mexico,
Right.
that's what I'm saying. I'm not talking about Mexico, but I'm talking about even Costa Rica. But
Costa Rica in a red zone too?
yeah, but they allowed fans in Costa Rica. There were 3,000 fans in the stadium, but Honduras is not in the red zone, El Salvador not in the red zone, and USA. But wherever we are,
And Canada just opened up as well.
Yeah, but you have to be vaccinated for Canada.
yeah, man, I vaccinated people. I talk about people with sensible. And I talk about them. I get vaccine and I go fly in the sky.
We have Richard.
It is important. Sir Richard, man, aka David Radigan.
I'm typing your question now, can I talk to somebody?
Yeah, man, respect, Sir Speed. And You know, we have the little matter of the home game at the home stadium with the repelling of the die-hard fan.
I hear them throw you out.
Yes, Mr. Speed, that's very embarrassing.
It is.
And
Maybe you shouldn't go if you're not a pass.
what? No, it's very no. You can't stop me from going to that stadium. I'm gonna reach. Hold on, I'm gonna reach that stadium, you know, because I'm gonna do anything to see my side, you know. I do anything to see my side, you know. Even if it means spend some time in a little lock up on the arm or whatever, but I'm gonna try. But if you know that it's not the police put me out of the stadium. As somebody jump out of the little Suzuki wanna drive, with JFF drive. Whoever drive that little Suzuki jump and come run me down. Suppose me feel away now and decide say, no man. 301 now kill. and the 300 Mr. Speed, we have to ask some serious question.
No man, Cataract. I'll tell you something. Cataract. The government of Jamaica, you see, Miller said and give us a hard time to get the approval. So the truth is, they had people there who was checking up on everybody who was in the stadium. So if they found persons who wasn't properly authorized to go in there, when we go back to play our next home game, we would have issues because they would have pointed to these breaches. Because breaches is a serious thing in Jamaica. You know, so much people then come for and can go to jail when they breach the system so badly. So those who drive them nice Suzuki, we just have to commend them, then drive it and show you out because
all right. Are you see, coach? Who know I look high and who know I look low.
No, but we know the problems that we go through just to keep the match, you know. One time we never even sure said them are approving.
You look high and you look low. So why the team lose? Let me tell you why the team lose. Me never dare I stand right on the Jamaica flag when I'm supposed to stand up. Right. Sports have women. Sorry, Richard. Tell him the sports have women now.
All right. Mr. Speed, you're going to invite Cataract. So big up Crystal Images. Listen, everybody in the comment section, please remember, like the video, people. If you have not yet subscribed, please go over and subscribe. Richard, we're going to invite you and then we'll come back to Nickeisha and Cataract. Go ahead, because I know you have some questions. You always have very interesting questions.
But Shatter kill off the people. Shatter give the people vaccine every 2 days.
Second fight as early as 4 days after. You see, I don't know, so I can't speak to it. You understand me?
You better get these shots right, you know. It sounds like a medical phone in this evening. In the last few minutes.
I am not giving any advice on it because I don't know. I know that I'm fully vaccinated, but I don't know. I know how the time space between mine. I don't know about the next person.
Canada,
for real.
Honduras, I know Canada is a home game. Honduras is a home game too, or is that away?
No, we have 2 away game and 1 home game in this.
Also, USA is away. Sorry, USA is away. Canada is home and then Honduras away.
Yeah, so we only have That's what I'm saying, that we're gonna have a better run in the second when we come to the return leg because we're gonna have more home games than away games.
Mm-hmm.
But go ahead, Rich.
Well, it's interesting that you're pointing and putting the feelers towards the future because now we've had chance to take a breath after this initial 3-game salvo. I've seen, and I'm sure many fans have seen, and I'm sure many of you have been picking up on the ground the challenges and problems and challenges that will face Jamaican football in the near, midterm and long-term future, namely, pointedly regarding the UK-based Jamaican players. Finding the balance as the Jamaican national coach will be the mother of all tasks, not only during this this current COVID and red zone situation, but going forward. Jamaica, as Kronk said, is liable to be the Brazil of the Caribbean, where we have footballers and everywhere. We have talented footballers here in Europe and particularly in the United Kingdom. How do you, Mr. Speed, how do you, Manning's man, feel
Oh, that's the
we
question?
best
Oh,
begin? Yes, how do we best begin to tackle this in a not ad hoc fashion, but as practical and a manner as possible? Because finding the balance between they're fully up to speed.
all right, Richard. We seem to have lost Richard, but Mr. Speed, you get the gist of what he was saying. He's asking about how do you find the balance, in the short term, mid-term, and probably long term in terms of the national team with with English players, English based players, no.
Well,
What's it?
I personally believe that I mean we need both local and English-based players as one cohesive unit. I mean, and then but the thing is going to be how you pick the best team out of all that we have, and try to be too technical. But the truth is, there's a lot of reasons and a lot of thinking of different people how you pick who you would pick to represent the team. Nickeisha was right. Look here, just pick the best 11 players, regardless of where they come from, and put them on the field for them to perform. That's not really a policy decision. That's really like a task for the technical team who's doing the actual coaching and selecting a squad. Sometimes you might pick a team for a particular set a particular game. It could be a game by game team or you just pick a tournament team. But that is more not so much from a policy point of view where we do the policy decisions at my level. Is more a management and a technical staff decision really how you get to mold those people together. Now, remember, I have my own ideas of how would I use those persons, which me not really want to go through it here. It's just me and my close friends and would discuss it. But I believe that in the long run, yes, we must find a way to unify everyone.
People in here, Mr. Speed say, him and him close friends.
Yeah.
And not here. So say me and him close friend, no,
We
here,
have
sir.
to find a way. We have broadcast 1,000 people. We have to find a way to unify both fractions, the overseas and look here, eventually the reggae boy brand don't just stop at England. We're going to have other people from other places in Europe that is going to want to come and represent us because trust me, I go to Sweden 2 years in a row with my team and the amount of Jamaicans in Mr. Sweden are frightened so still because remember how far that is. So I would have stopped call the Englishman their name and just talk about all the rest of players that we have all over the world. Oh, I'm sure if we go to Brazil, Argentina will find some Jamaicans. Because I went to Argentina, I'm a Jamaican. Well, I don't know if I'm Jamaican, but I mean, I red, green, and gold, and I play Bob Marley must sing both. So, I mean, I'm just saying, listen, we need to don't even bother call the Englishman in name by English. Just say how we get all our players, wherever they are over the world, to get them to come the best players to come to Jamaica, or we're going to make sure so them finish. So we have some ideas. It's just something that we won't talk in a public. But of course, it's more the technical staff job that to do what you just suggested, Mr. Richard.
But Mr. Speed, I want to ask you, as the pool of quote unquote pool of eligible players gets deeper, right? Tell us, you're going to have more than 8 or 11 players, so you can't put 11 English.
No, we have a pool. Our pool
right?
now are 15 English players.
So here the challenge. Um, is it picking the best 11 players or the best 23 players or even let's say start 11, the best 11 players or the best 11 players that can complement each other?
But can I listen to me? That's what I'm saying. We have to pick the best combination from all that we have. And I'm not talking about English players because we have players everywhere in the world.
Everywhere.
If we find them and then good enough and can suit us, what we want to achieve, yes, we'll pick them. That's my thing. And manage them.
Yeah, Richard, I'm going to come back to you again and give you a next chance. But this person, Dino Daly, have been putting this several times, and he's beseeching you Mr. Speed to answer this. So people remember we have 6 more likes to 1,000, so 6 more subscribers to 1,000. So if you have not yet, please subscribe to the channel. Go ahead, Mr. Speed, see if we can answer this.
Well, for years we were using the X, right? But it wasn't just the X. What we did before, what the gentleman is thanks again, Canada is the home game. What the gentleman was suggesting is that we shut out Trinidad, Suriname, and Guatemala. Before we had this qualifying round of competitions, before we have the hexagonal round, which was 6 teams, we used to have a playoff of 3 zone of 4, which is 12 teams. And before that, we used to have a playoff for teams to get into the 12 teams. So nobody not shut out anybody. These teams that don't make the octagonal, even in the octagonal competition that we're playing now, there was a competition before that chose the best 8 teams. Well, no, some teams did get a bye, got you, and then there was a competition that picked the last 3 to make up to 8. So Trinidad and Guatemala and Suriname, they all got chances. I remember Suriname in the last game playing against Canada, and everybody says Suriname are going to win. And Canada deal with it and beat Suriname. So, I mean, you have, at some point, you couldn't have 12 teams are playing now, because that means that instead of Jamaica play 14 game, we'll be playing 22 game, which just have no time for them. So CONCACAF did put all of these teams that you're talking about in some form of competition, and them just was not good enough. So what you want to carry them back again after they get knocked out. I remember, it wasn't like it's a knockout game, They were in groups of teams and then couldn't make the grade. As it relates to Trinidad, we know what happened to Trinidad. Trinidad never even get a chance to come in. So no matter what kind of qualification we have, Trinidad will unite, right? So don't say them not get a chance. They do get a chance. As a matter of fact, because of the COVID, the competition was open up to a lot of teams, like more teams to be able to participate in this World Cup qualifiers. So I don't think there was anything unfair, or we have to change to what Asia do. Asia must know why they did that. All the teams got a chance to qualify here, and just the best 8 made it.
Okay, Richard, any other question you have before we take a couple more comments? Because I know we always have questions.
Thank you, man. Full respect. To Mr. Speed and the panel, viewers and subscribers, we don't want to be too flippant about the fact that Jamaica has and will have.
Richard.
Oh,
you're not hearing him?
No.
Can you hear me?
Yes. No. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I was just saying, Mr. Speed, I don't want us to be too flippant about the fact that we've got Jamaican footballers abroad, all over the globe, and likely to continue to have them in increasing numbers, potentially, and of course, because of origin and heritage, that will grow and grow and grow. Would you? Well, first of all, would it be fair to say that because you said that you've personally got a few ideas that you'd like to discuss on another platform or in another environment, that the Jamaican authorities and management, coaching, and JFF have differing views regarding how to approach this issue of Jamaican national team selection? And secondly, would you say that it would be useful to look to fans and players of Jam Rock origins playing their football in Jamaica and nearby in America, that they need to prepare to have a different mindset to fix up and look sharp, because the landscape will be changing in the future, because tough decisions will likely have to be made, specifically because we're looking for the quote-unquote best quality, best fitting team.
So the first question was about ideas. We have a technical committee that deals with policy. Yes, everybody have different ideas. Me and Cataract have different ideas from you, but that's healthy. What happens
Yes.
at the end of the day is that once we go through all the ideas, people will posit what they believe is the right direction. We go through all of that. We're not afraid to, and we have done it before, is to call in people who have said should be the direction and examine what they have said. So me having some different ideas don't mean that it's gonna be my idea. It's gonna be us as a collective group that will decide whatever direction that we take. And as I say, sometimes we might be wrong, sometimes we might be right, but I can tell you that we are trying our best to try and accept best policies and to make improvements. We don't know if the improvements will be this week or next week or a year's time, but definitely that's what we're doing. As it relates to your other question, I wasn't able to hear you so good, but if you're saying that do we listen to old time football people or fans?
Fans now and footballers who may be part of the program, but they may not be UK based. They may be based in Jamaica, based in America, and may be facing the likelihood or prospect of other players based in more highly lucrative professional leagues of a higher standard. They may take priority, may require additional training camps, possibly in said countries other than Jamaica, to ensure that they're up to speed, pardon the pun, for when they return. Oh, can you hear me now, sir?
I didn't hear the last part.
Okay. Regarding Jamaican players in the national system playing their football in Jamaica or in America, would these footballers have to be prepared to have a mind shift in terms of accepting or preparing to accept that other footballers playing their football in superior, quote unquote, leagues, such as United Kingdom, maybe Belgium, and so on and so forth, they may take priority because Jamaica are looking for the best quality team to take the pitch in a coordinated manner that will serve Jamaica best in terms of giving them the best chances to qualify for a World Cup, which might require camps in countries overseas, maybe to give them additional training time. So when they do come over, they're up to speed for home fixtures and away fixtures. So a real change in the terrain may be in the offing, but we need to balance out that fact with, as we saw in the Costa Rica game away from home, we saw Tapper, really lively, looking lively, and the players were giving thus far, and was a total contrast.
The first part of your question, I mean, all our
it was a total contrast to the game at home against the Panamanians, where it was very lackluster compared to the third game.
I'm not hearing you.
I think Mr. Speedy is asking if there's a realization that there'll be players from top tier leagues like England, Belgium, Germany, Italy, Holland, and in terms of the integration here, that there might have to be some training camps outside of Jamaica to bring these players up to speed. So, for example, when Jamaica is playing, we don't just call up the 23 team, but we might call up another 15 players to go in camp in England. That's what you're saying? So that they can be some sort of training, even though they have not made the national team, but sort of a reserve team in training, utilizing the international break. I think that's what he's asking.
Right. So the first thing, there's an awareness from everyone here, even if there is a resistance, that the JFF facilitated the move for us to search the globe for the best available talent. That is engraved now, even if there's resistance, right? And even a lot of the players, I think, recognizes that. And the players that are coming from overseas also recognizes that Like with anything, if you go into a new situation, there's some teething pains to be worked out. Because I don't think any of the players who came here and even lose, they don't want to come back. They might have reservation, but they want to come back based on what I am hearing. So that already is established that we will look for the best wherever they are and try to integrate. As it relates to the camps that you're talking about, there's two problems with it. One, it is done periodically, but it's not something that we can afford to do all the time. We just don't have the money to do it at this stage. Maybe if we qualify for the World Cup in the next cycle, we will have a financial base to move on from. But at this particular point, if you look at our accounts, we're in Barcelona. Well, we're not as bad as Barcelona, but we owe some people. So that's impossible for us to really to say from now that is something that we'll be doing in the near future on a consistent basis. But we have done it. We have expended money to go to like Japan and Saudi Arabia tour and even the Gold Cup is a cost to us. So those are the tournaments where you were trying to use as a feeder for us to find the right balance before going to the World Cup qualifiers. But for whatever reasons, including the COVID virus and the withdrawal of players and the contracts negotiation, you can see that we're off to a little rocky start. So, but we're getting smoother. It's the first time in 20 odd years we have contracts for every single player until 2023. So you can see we're getting smooth. The team is now equipped with everything that they should have gotten. 2 physios, we have psychiatrists, we have opposition research people, we have Matthew, we have doctor, we double up on almost everything. So 2 assistant coach. So you can see we have chartered flights going to the games. First time we have to take commercial flights. So you can see that there's a massive improvement. The JFF is handling things. I know they'd like to beat us, but all of those things that you're talking about, we discuss it and we get in there. We just can't get there one time. But you can see the improvements coming up our work. So we just move on from strength to strength. Once we establish these bases that you see we're establishing now, it's just for us to take a next step and take a next step. But we can't take all the steps because of financial constraint at one time.
Thank you, Mr. Speed. Thank you. Very interesting. Very, very interesting. Manningsman, did you have anything to contribute regarding this issue? Have you picked up anything on the ground regarding any touch and go attitudes? Do you think fans need to take a step back? Do footballers need to take a step back and check the landscape, knowing that they've got a part to play, but they've got to be ready for a real competitive push, which might mean that them be part of the squad and not part of a starting 11.
And
who's to say?
Just to add, Richard, look here.
Yes, sir.
Cataracta, I'll get off Cataracta, but the truth is, we recognize that improvements has to be all around. So our Premier League, we're getting in a better space than where it was before. So that there will be some improvement there. I mean, the player leaves a lot still to be desired. We're looking at not trying to rely on any one talent, any one place. And remember, our duty is to develop the football in our country. So what we are doing now is we're looking at player pathway in terms of getting the best to play against the best from their under 13. It's just that, this pandemic kind of stifled that program. But we have a player pathway program in place.
Okay.
We also look our professional leagues. We're trying to get them to take over the preparation of players from age 16 instead of wait until them catch 19, 20 before we start to cipher them off, right? So we're looking at having basically a junior Premier League in certain age groups. So that is where the player pathway comes into focus. We establish a coaching school because it's the cheapest way to get on top of people producing good players from a young age. So we establish a coaching school. We have a principal for the school now that is in place. And what we're trying to do is to get coach to have not Jamaican qualification in coaching, but regional qualification. So we're looking at having a coaching school give out CONCACAF qualification. So it's a CONCACAF B license, a CONCACAF C license. And we're on the verge of trying to get our first candidates. We're not sure how much to do a CONCACAF A license. Remember, the hierarchy is B, C, B, A, and then pro license. So what you are looking at in Jamaica is 1,000 persons who have a C, cat, and a D, dog license. Now we have, by next year, we're projecting to have 51 B license coaches in Jamaica. So we probably could say, a Premier League, you have to have a B license for coaching the Premier League, or for coaching elite youth teams. And then we're looking to have our first A license. Now, what that does for us, A license coaches, is that we'll be able to train B license and C license and D license for ourselves instead of trying to go abroad. And then, Jamaica, for the first time, we'll say by 2025, we'll have a pro license coach in Jamaica. You can see the difference in what we produce back there and now in relation to what we'll be able to produce as soon as we progress up the education system, educational coaches up to that level. So that is something that we're working on to ensure that there's this balance. So the overseas player can't believe them walking to our national programs and going to have to fight because of the production and the quality we're going to have in Jamaica. So that program is like 75% already in train and moving ahead.
Mr. Speed, I have a question, and I want to highlight the comment from Lady Denise Roberts. I would like to see the ladies when they
yeah, man. I'm going to come to her next.
And then I will let Nickeisha come in and say something. But coach, because there's some confusion, certainly in the social media space about the qualification of coach to Jamaica. You have said we're getting our first A license coach. I've heard persons say that Donovan Bilkey is that the coach has a pro license or A license or whatever it is from.
He's a USA A license.
USA A license. So therefore it wouldn't be the first A license coach because how do those match up in terms of
what we say?
What's the difference between an A license, US A license, and a CONCACAF A license? That's the first question.
So let me say, I don't know, but in Jamaica, your national association can issue licenses. You can issue DCBA, but if it is not of the standard of what your confederation believes, they will not say you also have a C confederation license, for example, right? So any country could issue a license, but the standard, you have to join a coaching convention of the confederation for you to be able to use that C license anywhere in that confederation. So that is the difference. So like I am a chartered accountant of Jamaica, right? So I get that designation, but I'm also a chartered accountant of England because that's where I do my exam. So what happened is that I'm a chartered accountant for both. So you could have somebody who's a chartered accountant of a country, but not a chartered accountant from an international organization. You see the difference? So that is really wow.
And the second one is that according to a number of websites, that carry information.
That's not true. I know what you're going to say. It's not true.
So that's a serious thing. All right, let's leave it there. but that's a serious thing.
Yeah, don't read it.
If the Bible is saying that, then man, it's the Bible. That place in the Bible for us football people.
I'm telling you.
Yeah.
All right. Fresh. Go ahead.
Okay. So I spent 2 more minutes manning off to jump off and try to think, but I just. Mr. Speed becoming nicer here. I look forward to seeing this round of matches. Really was down after the Panama game, but have a little upliftment after Costa Rica get the first point on the board. Not sure that it's enough because we were saying 4 points was the minimum that was required from this round to keep progressing, keep pace. Remember, so we don't want to be like Shakari Richards. You understand? Come and talk a lot, Mr. Steve. Talk about my side hard, so.
Yeah.
You know what, the man, they put a wig for me. I'm so long day last of the Shakari. I'm excited at last. But I think something will have to give in the next round, and we have to look forward in terms. I don't.
You're right. We can't have the gap too far. You know?
Right. And I think it will be interesting in how we blend the English-based players in. Know that we have 3 games, but none of the countries are red listed. But we might be red listed at the rate that we're going.
I think you know, funny enough, I think the USA red list us, but I don't know about.
I think wherever USA go, England follow fast. But what I want to ask you is, if we are red listed as a country, would the JFF consider hosting the 2 things? Would they consider hosting the matches in Florida, for example?
That was under consideration even before we're ready. You know, we're ready.
It's under consideration. Okay.
Yeah, it was from even the first game because I told you we had issues to get where we were.
Right. And the last question: if we still can't have funds by the government's standards, what is the use of going to this national stadium and spending that big money bill? Couldn't we just simply pay the match at UA? At your own facility?
UA doesn't qualify to play an international game of that stature for a number of reasons. Remember, there's a criteria for you to play international games like light and etc., which is not there. You know.
But if you play in the daylight, wouldn't come into question though.
But suppose you have a thunderstorm, you have to put off the match.
Okay, I was just wondering if the national stadium is the most expensive venue, and I'm wondering if the fans can't come in, then all they need is a good field. I don't know, catching all, I don't know. But certainly, the Fort Lauderdale or Miami, Rock Stadium, the Jamaicans will fill it up if you market to them. But marketing is not your.
No.
So,
all right, there was a question about the. Yeah, man, there was a suggestion about the field, the quality of the field. Kind of funny because some person said that the field was in good condition, but some person are saying that it never looked good. I wasn't there. What are your thoughts on the field, Mr. Speed?
Field condition relative, man.
It's relative. All right.
But relative to what? Relative to what?
It wasn't in good condition.
You can't get to the answer. No,
you believe it there, man. Field condition relative.
It doesn't. Let me bring up Miss Dennis Roberts. I always believe if we can find the right mix and get and gel them, even Mexico in trouble. We have the players. I'm going to tell you, I think Richard asked me a question, and I don't know if all of you agree, and maybe Nickeisha will start with you. No, Keta will have to lose. But I think that when we got to this hexagonal level, we started underestimating every team. I think we have looked at the quality of the players. We haven't scouted the rest of the teams. Like we haven't tracked how many games the Panama team has played together. We haven't looked at the amount of games this crop of El Salvadorian players have had together. We haven't looked at the fact that Mexico, the team in the Gold Cup, is not really I don't think as fans we have actually evaluated the other opponents, and therefore we came into this whole thing thinking we're probably going to breeze through because we have Leon Bailey and we have this person, and we're primarily basing it on the names of the player more than matching up our team against the different opponents to kind of figure out what is a realistic amount of points that we can get. That is my thing, and so I'll hear from you, Nickeisha, and then I'll hear what Richard has to say on that.
You're absolutely right, because we're not looking at that. How long Honduras program has been. They're probably playing for quite a while. Every time the national team call up, it's the set of players. You understand? Panama team, all of that. While we have one of the best team on paper. Like you said, we're looking at the names, looking at where they're coming from, the clubs they play for. But they have never played together. the most of the ballers them seeing each other for the first time last week. So we have one of the best team on paper, like I said, and like you are saying, as you're saying, but they are not gelled. They have not played together. They have not trained, because one training session, two training session is nothing. And those other countries players have been coming, playing together. Their program has been running for a while. So these are the same players who are being called up. So you're absolutely right. We weren't looking at that. We were just counting, say, yeah, we have a good team. We have one of the best teams. So 3 points, so we'll count 2 points already. We'll put egg in the basket long time. For us to the schedule, But we weren't thinking about that, as you said.
Yeah. Richard, what do you have to say?
Well, I know that personally, as a footballing fan and a follower of Jamaicans' fortunes, particularly just before the Gold Cup campaign, I know that I've been through a range of emotions and theories regarding Jamaica's thinking and Jamaica's standing. I thought lessons had been learnt from the Gold Cup. The expectations were relatively high with the squad that was brought and expected against B minus C plus teams in the shape of Mexico, in the shape of the United States, that we'd learnt and that we were prepared to build by employing additional central defensive midfielders, right backs, additional strikers. But it seems as though we've bitten off, well, we're not quite bitten off more than we can chew, but there's more issues that require a mature and careful stance and look at how Jamaican football is developing and will develop. I know that I believe that Jamaica, based on everything that had taken place, was set to come in the top 3, stroke top 4 of this octagonal tournament. Now I have doubts, genuine doubts. Yet, with that third game against Costa Rica, there were shoots of optimism. Manning's man, lay it on the line for me. Can you tell me, in your opinion, what were the differences between the performance? Let's be clear, performance. When people ask me, do I have a prediction for games? My first thing and my primary thing is, let's look at the performance. I took heart from the performance of the Jamaican team against Costa Rica, but that contrasted so vividly to the Panamanian game. What for you were the key differences? And going forward to the next set of matches in October, what do you envisage, Manning's man, as the key lessons that we can learn, take from, and implement in the next set of games, so we don't have to end up in that situation of, oh, if only, or you know what, I would have done this, I would have done that, and so on and so forth.
All right. So from where I stand, Richard, number one, I think the number one, we had 8 players who were not like, I don't think it was in our best interest to play those 8 players for that game. I think there should have been a better integration of the players, meaning we shouldn't. I felt watching the game as a coach, I felt like we selected 8 players and tried to put them in a formation instead of having a formation that we're used to, and then say, listen, here are the players. And if it means benching Antonio, that would have been fine. If it means benching that person, that should have been fine, whomever. But what we did is that I felt like, I don't know, the thought was, listen, these players came, they were here training, these guys are tired, let's just play them out there and find a way of fitting them together. I hope we have learned from that. And no, going ahead, that can't work. We must put the player who we believe can give us the best results, more so than the players that we think we need to play to rest others. We can't afford that. In other words, who plays better with who? right? And we have to go by what we know and not what we think can happen. And I think that was the biggest mistake. So I think the big difference is one is in the Costa Rican game, these players are used to each other. The players who play together, for the most part, they were used to each other. So there was a greater chemistry. The second thing was I also believe Panama is a way better team than Costa Rica. Costa Rica has the oldest team in the hexagonal. They are the oldest. So that is part of the issue.
Octagonal.
They are older. They are not as good as Panama. I think Panama is going to cause like we underestimated Panama. I did. Let me say it this way. I underestimated Panama. And so for some reason, maybe it was in the coach or the player's mind that if we are supposed to beat Panama. And so we kind of rested players who probably could have played and then tried to because even if the players were tired, I think we could have still gotten a result in Costa Rica because I think Costa Rica is one of the poorer teams. I think the Costa Rican team they're still using Brian Ruiz. He's their main player. So that is my whole thing. I think we made some errors in terms of playing the 8 players instead of slowly integrating them into a system with some of the players. For like if even if Lowe was tired, I think a Mariappa in the back line would have been better able to communicate with one of the other center backs, right? So yeah. So that is my thing, Richard. That is how I see it. And like I said, I hope we learn from this that we can't just chop and change between games. We should have a core group that listen. Unless a player is injured, unless a player is hurt, these are the core starters, and we are going to add players to them. But we can't replace 8 players and expect to play the same way. It's just not possible.
You've hit a nail on the head there. I don't want to interject without reason, man is man. You've hit a nail on the head. How practical, and again, looking forward as soon as October, but going forward, how practical and how difficult, what are the realistic challenges that a Jamaican national coach and administration and the fans, how big a jump is that to make from where we have been? You've got more insight than me regarding Jamaican football in terms of choosing a core group mixed with the creme de la creme from outside of the established homegrown team, because there is such a wealth of talent and players that are available and up for selection. Even as we speak, there are people who are additionally being scouted and called out and looked on to join the cause. How difficult, realistically, will that be to have that kind of a system? The mindset, it comes back to the mindset as far as I'm concerned. And I don't think it's an easy task at all. What say you? Speak!
Hear that, Nickeisha. So here's my thing, Richard. Listen.
And Nickeisha, by the way, I'd love to get your feedback. Congratulations to Boza. Great strikes for the Jamaican cause. Great strikes. I hope and pray that he continues to work on his game. He's got terrific ability. He just needs to be that little bit more clinical. But if he's willing to work on his game, and hopefully he's got a good close set of people who can help him to pursue that, because he's a terrific talent. But go ahead, ladies and gents.
All right. So what I would say is very simple. All right. So here's my position. The good thing is that you have the players. In other words, the hardest thing to do is to find quality players. we already have found at least 23 quality players, good quality players. All right? We must make up our minds. I think Karumi said it earlier. We have to at some point decide we cannot bring in any more new players at this point.
That's almost an exclusive. Interesting. I mean, it's exclusive. That's a very interesting take. Can you just reiterate what Karumi and yourself are saying?
Right. So
that's a big one.
Because of how the schedule is, any player you bring in now, it's going to be very difficult because they have to come right into the team. You don't have any practice games. You don't have any training sessions. You're just coming in to do little drills and then you get into a game. All right? No, it's not fair to the player to come in like that. It's not fair if they don't understand what you're doing, especially if they have never played. It's not like you're bringing players who have had experience in the national team or have experience in the national setup. For the most part, the players who are bringing in, some are probably coming to Jamaica for the very first time. All right? They're coming to Jamaica for the first time. All right? So there's an unfairness to them. Because when you, for example, when you put a Mikel Antonio on the field, the expectations were so high that you think, did he really fail? Or should we have really done what we did with him? Put him to play in a system with people that he had one session with. Did we give him? I believe that we must give people the greatest assets around them so they can produce their best. And all I'm saying is that, are we able to give all the players enough time to learn what we are doing? I'm saying that because Mikel Antonio and Ruolph, they are going to need the next game and the next game and the next game to get used to the team and get used to the players and train with them. Now, if you get to that game and you bring in 5 more players, what happens? And then you bring in 4 more players. You can't keep adding players and players, new players who have not played. At some point, it becomes difficult. But there are positions in the team that needs to be filled. We know that in CDM, we need some help. We know that at left back, we need help. What we need to do is say, okay, we need a left back. We need a CDM. We need a right back. Let's find the players that are best able to do that and bring those players in. But we can't next week 10 players say, you know what, I want to come now and say, okay, come. And then the other week 5 more. And we keep bringing in players. At some point, we have to say, we have to work with this core group. We have to work with this core group. Right? And don't get me wrong, people. Like, if I play on the top, like this is perfect. So, you see people gone. You see here. Listen to this comment now. I said nothing about being given a chance to represent the country. Like, this is so far off.
It's a hot potato. It's a hot potato. You're gonna have to handle it very well, Mannings.
Should we go to every single match? All right, fine, people. I agree with you all. The next game we play, we need to get 10 more new players. And then when we play the next game, we get, as long as people say they want to play and they play at the top, bring all of them. And even if every game you bring in 10 players, nothing is wrong. Because they're top quality players, they don't need to train together. They just turn up because the USA don't need, the USA not, what are we saying? There has to be a point, people, that we say, listen, we have 10 strikers. We don't need 10 more. We have 10 goalkeepers. We have to get to a point where we say we don't need 10 more goalkeepers. That is what I'm saying. There are positions that needs to be filled. We need to look and say we need a next left back. We need a next right back. We need at least 2 CDMs. When we find those players, we need to look for the best and bring them in. But we cannot every single game bring in 5 new players to start in the game. That's all I'm saying. This has nothing to do with wanting to represent. This is not about the country. Come on, man. You know me better than that. It's not about the country. We can't keep doing that. because there are no practice games. That's all I'm saying, people. There are no practice games. And the longest session you're going to have in October, when the players come in, I think the Thursday, the game is on the Sunday. All right? So that means you can only have one full training session. You can't now go and say, McGee, you can't play again. And this, you can't play again. That's all I'm saying. Look at the positions that need to be filled. Find the players. Go anywhere. Go all over Europe. Find them. If Damari Gray, we need an outside left. Because we had Turgot and we had Fleming. Leon Bailey was not here. He may get injured. Bring in Damari Gray. Because we need somebody to fill that spot. Do we really need an next center? All right. So do we really need an next center forward right now? So let's say Ivan Toney comes. So you have Ivan Toney, you have Mikel Antonio, you have Shamar Nicholson, you have
Kemar
Roof. All right. Mason Greenwood wants to come and he wants to play forward. Then there are three other forwards who wants to come. Do we bring in all of them? At what point do we say, listen, we have enough people in this position? We have enough people in this position. We have a competent. At what point do we say we believe that Damian Lowe, along with Liam Moore, Mariappa, along with Ethan Pinnock, is a good 4 center backs, and we don't need 4 more. We have to get to a place where we decide that that's all I'm saying. And I'm not stopping anyone from representing the country. If you're a Jamaican, you're a Jamaican. That is not my issue. But for the purpose of a squad and unity and chemistry, at some point we have to stop. I will even go as far as this. I would rather, when we qualify for the World Cup, we bring in 30 new players than every single game we bring in 5 new players.
Are we as a manins?
No, let me tell you this. I would rather in the qualifying we keep a group of players, and then when we get to the World Cup, even if you want to bring 10 more, that's fine, because you would have time to train, prepare, play practice games. Right now, we don't have that. That's all I'm saying. We don't have time. If we had practice games, that would be good for me. And I don't want to get 5 players now, and we hear that Maggie can't be in the side again.
So
and why? Because we get 5 new players. All right. So let me give people an example. Let me give you an example.
Don't forget the sister, Don't forget the manage you're doing beautifully. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
I'm coming to you guys. So there's a Tyreek Mitchell. All right. He's a right back. There is a Nathan Ferguson right back. Kyle Walker-Peters can play here. All right. So that's 3. Say Mason Holgate comes and he wants to play that. That's 4. All right. Say there are others and say 5 more. Do we really need to bring all of them? We just need to know that they are available. So if the players get injured, if players get called, we can call them. But we can't keep bringing 5 and 6, 7 players into the next game and say we want chemistry.
Yeah, we need to bring the best of the best who is suited for whatever we want them to do on an individual, on a match by match basis or a group of games basis and work with those. Miss Manningsman, I have to leave you.
No, Mr. Speed, here's the thing. Yeah, man, I know you have to leave because I want you to come back because I didn't see you. No, Mr. Porter, man. This will bring out Mr. Porter. But hold on. Mr. Speed, I know you have to leave. But all the people, the people them saying you there beat Anthony Grant, so they want to hear what you have to say.
I think he's playing good. What else you want me to say? Except
where's the Jason Ferrad? I think Jason Ferrad. Let me find the Jason Ferrad comment because we want at least Mr. Smith, we are waiting for that apology.
No, I'm not going to apologize for anything. I think he's playing well.
Okay, all right.
I mean, I asked a question, where was he 10 years ago? It's a still legitimate question. And I would like to know that players who want to represent Jamaica come early. So they can play for Jamaica over a period of time if they so decide. I don't want us to, I mean, it can be, it have to be a mutual thing with Jamaica and the people who are overseas to recognize that we are the land of their birth and they want to contribute to the process. So all I'm saying is we want to get players here who are at the peak of their powers and can have a long career playing for Jamaica. And there's nothing wrong with that.
Okay, all right. And somebody asking about Kareem.
I don't know. I don't select the team. Bala, BM. I don't select the team. You have to ask the coach and the technical staff why he's not there. I have no interest in selecting the team. Nobody can ever say me select any team to play no international football for Jamaica. And I will not start.
All right, people, let me tell you how I'm going to work this out now. Mr. Speed, thanks for your time today. Thanks for staying on so long with us. Nickeisha, don't move in because this is going to be good. Here's what I want you to do, people. I want people to be honest. You see, the people who are talking about players, let's be honest right now. You see, for the next moments we're on, I want you to put a list of players that in your estimation, if available, should come into the team. And we are going to count at the end of it. I want at least 10 persons to put together names of players who have not played yet, who they want to see come into the team. And I'm going to, and then we're going to count what the total amount of players will be. Can we do that? So, because I have players that I'd love to see come in, but then I'm wondering, is this the best for the team? So I'm going to make a list of players that I would love to see play for Jamaica, But in my head, I know that this cannot happen where 10 and 6 of them coming in at the same time. So I want Richard, if you know of any, I want you to do that. Nickeisha, if you know of any, I want you to do that. And every person in the comment section, let us make a list of players that we think right now they are in the EPL or they are in some other place in Europe. They can come into the national program right now, or they should get a call. So I'm going to give you some names because I'm going to be honest. I feel like some of you, but I have to be a realist when I speak because I know you need chemistry. That is important. So I'm going to make my list, right? Because I have at least 10 players or at least 12 players that I think should be called into the team. But me know it not going to work. So let me give you the names and I want you to give me your name. Make one list, all right? Let's go. Let all of us do that, and then we're going to count and take out some of the names and see how many we have in all.
Can you ask the question?
Right now.
Hold on, you know, ask. I'd like to hear from Sister Nickeisha regarding the question in hand while you ask people to prepare the list. Nickeisha, what have you made of the comments heard thus far? Don't worry about drawing up the list. We've got enough issues as it is. Go ahead, sister.
Could you just repeat that for me, please?
I just wanted to get your perspective on the future of Jamaican football going ahead. Man is asked us people to draw up a list, but of the existing crop of players, let's just work with that existing crop of players that have been called. Do you think that the mindset of fans as well as the ballers themselves has to change, and how difficult would that change be, in that there may be only a core group of players that will regularly be playing, and it won't be a case of chopping and changing for chopping and change's sake, but in order to get a group of players to form a consistently playing team that is capable of matching the endeavors of Panama and Honduras in the CONCACAF region and America and Canada, we need consistency, we need gelling, we need chemistry, and that might mean some tough decision and tough changing in mindsets without bad mind and bad feeling and thoughts of biasness taking place. What's your perspective, sister?
All right.
It's not easy.
I agree with some of the things that Pastor O said, right? I don't know if they call it Pastor over here. So yeah, I agree with some of the things that he said, right? And as what I can remember about in our all the World Cup run back then in 98, 97, 98 when we were going for France, is we have had a group of players that were together. The team wasn't chopped and changed every call up. You know, we had a group unless injury. As far as I can remember, it's the same set of people, same set of team going out as always. So we had a core group working with. It wasn't chopped and changed, and every minute you hear a different set of player need to come. You know, Jamaica seems like I'm not gonna make it there, so let me go Jamaica, and then now because of your name and because of your status, you're being dropped into the team, clear out some other player that has been there and so forth. So, and that is one of the things that is killing the reggae boys right now, along with also not having enough time to gel. The practice matches, like I said earlier in the broadcast, is that this COVID thing, we lost a year of football. You know, so there was no football being played, no call up, no national team, and we need to get a set up here and say this is what we're working with. This is what we're doing. Like Pastor O said, we can't just be saying, okay, this player needs to come, so let's bring him in. And then we bring him in. There's no time for him to gel with the team. There's no time for him to gel with the team, and so there will be no time for the team to unite, get to know each other, and play consistently good games. It will just be individuals on the pitch, not a team on the pitch. If we keep having like every game, we keep having it was evident Sunday. It was evident. You look at one training session, everybody just come in the training session, just seeing each other for the first time. And then Sunday, we're on the pitch. Nobody know what to do. Nobody know, So we need to get, instead of having individuals, we need a team. And that is the only way I can see it working for us. A team, not this 5-man playing this match, then the next match is a different set of man, and them just like know each other over and over, getting to know you over and over.
Richard,
it can't work.
Let me be real. All right, so watch this now. You see, listen.
No, hold on.
Yeah.
Sorry, Pastor O. Not just, as you said earlier, not just 23 man. We need a pool of player. So even if some man injure or we have to move some man, the next man coming in is not a new face that they already know the man, they know the play style, they play with him before. You understand? That's a core group. Not just a 23 man, but a core group that they can pick out of to say, yeah, not just coming to know each other on the field.
It's interesting.
Right. You can go, Pastor.
Oh yeah, I was just gonna say to the sister and then management coming for real. Do you feel that this is a really exciting but yet challenging situation? And do you feel that it's a process that's being controlled, or is it like a universe that is just expanding? Do we need to get a different mindset and then almost call it like a interview for a job and only accept X amount of applications before putting a line in the sand? I mean, because it seems like an exciting time with loads of players from Jamaica eligible to represent Jamaica, and yet everything you've said about gelling as a team and having a core is absolutely pertinent. So, sister, answer and then come in, management. Go ahead, because I know you're eager to come in. I want to see
because so the narrative is changing. So let me just say this.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
There are two things we're speaking of.
Go ahead, sir.
Should players play for Jamaica, or should they be a part of the present World Cup campaign? There are two different things.
Go ahead.
Everybody who wants to should come and play for Jamaica. Everybody. If you're playing League 1 and you're good quality, if you're playing in League 10 and you are good quality, you should come and play for Jamaica as long as you have a Jamaican passport, you're a Jamaican citizen. We're not having that discussion. The discussion we're having is this present World Cup campaign where we have played 3 games. One, where we all agree that because we use 8 players that did not gel, we never look good. The question we're asking is, and this is what I'm sticking you, how many more players do we need to bring into this present World Cup campaign squad?
All right.
Now. That is
Go ahead.
what I am discussing. I am not discussing Jamaican citizenship. If you're a Jamaican citizen, you are supposed to play. I'm not discussing whether we have players playing locally. I'm not discussing that.
You're not
That is not the
discussing that.
discussion.
No.
I am saying, how many more players and how often should we keep bringing players to play in the World Cup campaign? Let's keep the discussion there. I have given you my list. And in my head, I have all of those players that I'd love to play for Jamaica. I'd have loved them to go to the Gold Cup, and we select from them. If you ask me right now, should we bring in all of them for the next game?
You would say
that would not be the wisest thing because we have no time to practice with them. So we have no time to practice. So if quality wins, the players who played on Sunday had good quality, but they didn't have any chemistry. So we have to balance both. We have to add quality,
that's the
but
word.
we also have to build chemistry. It can't be one without the other. That's all I'm saying. So now, I want Mason Greenwood to play for Jamaica. I want Kiddo Tyler Hart to play for Jamaica. Listen, I would love for Mason Greenwood to play for Jamaica. But should we now, suppose in October, all of these guys, Louis Baker has his passport, Kevin Stewart has his passport, Isaac Hayden has his passport, Ivan Toney, Tyreek Mitchell, Nathan Ferguson, Rico Henry,
Casey Palmer,
let me call out some, did I say Mason Holgate? All right. Kyle Walker Peters, Damari Gray.
List is going on and on.
I don't believe that we should bring all of them
my lord
in the next game. What we need to do is to look at all of them and say, based on the last 3 results and the games that we are going to play, which 2 would fit best in the system, and then further down the road we can see. That's all I'm saying,
What's the feedback? I hear you loud and clear, man.
Sorry, guys. My phone's about to die.
Yeah,
so man. 3%.
Oh Lord.
So Pastor, I'm going to try and see if I can connect on my tablet.
Yeah, man.
If you don't see me come back another time.
All right then. Cool.
Yeah, man. Bless up everybody. It was good to be here.
Lovely making your acquaintance. Big up Boza. Full respect.
All right, we have Coach Hewitt. No, Mr. Porter, you and I agree. You know that I want players to come in. What I'm saying, if we find a Maverick on the top of his game, what do we do? Bring him in the side. If he can fit in the listen, Mikel Antonio is on the top of his game, right? On top of his game. But when he came in, he never fired. All right. All I'm saying is that you can be on the top of your game, but if you don't have chemistry with the rest of players, you may not. That's all I'm saying, All right. Coach, come in, chip in. I don't know what you have to say. Because you're a coach and maybe y'all are going to beat me.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Mr. Richard. Good evening, Mr. Management. You get me on your program now. See, I come.
Finally.
Yeah, finally.
I don't know what dry out, but something did.
More than welcome.
You would draw me out because we're going about this thing wrong every 3 years. And the only time we went to a World Cup, and I don't think anybody sitting and looking at it, is 1998. That is the blueprint. There's no other blueprint. Here's the beauty about that blueprint now. The blueprint has transformed that the local-based players that usually been locally in Jamaica are now international players that are playing overseas at clubs. You see what I'm saying now? players that was usually local based that usually make the national team was mostly in Jamaica. Now we have a surplus of local based players that have transformed to overseas based players now. So they have gotten the exposure and the know and the experience to play in an environment where there's a structure, there's an organization, and there's a way of playing. And every 3 years we do the same thing. We have local based players that is overseas. They could be playing in USL because I sit here for months and weeks and I hear people telling me USL players them not good. And right now we have to go depend on Devon Williams as a USL players. And I know about life and life teach me this. There is good in everywhere you go. And there is bad in everywhere you go. So if you are playing in Jamaica and you're a good player, it's a coach responsibility and in coaching staff to know the type of player that I'm looking for, you know. It shouldn't be a situation where 50 man is overseas and we just bring them come. Bring them come to do what? If you don't have a structure where this is how I want to play, so these 50 man have to fit this structure. We're going about it wrong and we're going to have a problem every 3 years. It's like we're going around in circle and expecting a different result. The result not going to change. And if you go back and do the history of the 98 team, they were locally based players. Panama played 3 games in 7 days with the same 11 until they make change second half. The same 11. The 11 will travel, right, to Costa Rica, the 11 will travel to Jamaica, and the 11 will travel go right back to Mexico. The same starting 11. So that is a structure. That is a structure in place. So it no matter if we go for the greatest of the greatest, you have to have a structure, and the structure comes from the coach. The coach must identify, say, I want these particular players. Find these 3 or 4 players that fit my system. Don't just invite some players because they are overseas. It must be fitting within the structure of what you want to play and how you want your team to play. And until we do that, we're going to be here over and over and over and over and over again. And that is my issue.
Yeah.
Right?
You've hit a real nail in the
yeah.
You've hit a real nail on the head there. It's a great point, a great debating point. Go ahead.
Let me give you an example. Italy win Euro, and I'm not comparing Italy with Jamaica, getting that out of the way. But when the coach was appointed, and he was not the first choice or the second or third or fourth.
Correct.
Right? The president at the time observed the assessment of the qualification that they failed to go to the 2018 World Cup. And one of the problems them identified, they were playing too negative. So the president said to Mancini, I want a coach. I want to be the proactive type of coach. I want to be the proactive team. I want to be in people's face. So you have to find players that we can be in people's face. We can be aggressive. We want to have the ball. I'm saying, you want that? He went out across the league, not only does Syria B, and they went and looked for players that can give them the best possible option of playing that type of football. You don't just get up and say, boy, I want to play X and Y. You have to have players that fit the particular system where you want to play.
Vision.
And how you want to play.
Vision.
You can't get up and say, I want to play high press and I want to close people. It don't work like that. It's a systematic thing where you have to put in place, and the players then where you're going to use. Because you can't go look for fat man and go play high press, you know. You can't go look for slow defenders and play high press, you know. You cannot do that. So you have to sit down and max it out how you want to play, and that's supposed to be a system where the technical team that is involved, Mr. Speed, and Mr. Wenzendord, we're in charge of the Downswell in charge of our next program. They're supposed to sit down and say, guess what? At this present moment, 3-5-2 is the system that's playing across the world, right? How much that we can implement that in Jamaica. If not, it can't work. We choose 4-2-3-1 then. All right, this is we have because we have these type of players can fit that system. If not, just get up and say, guess what? We just go for some players. It has to sit down and plan out properly. Every 3 years we're going to be here talking about the same thing. 3 years ago we talk about this in a Richard. 3 years ago we talk about the same thing. And the 3 years before that we talk about the same thing. This is not nothing new. The only thing different, it does new English-based players or overseas players. Nothing change. The only time they did change is 98, between 94 and 98. And for us to have any chance of qualifying for your World Cup, your base have to start from home. Your local Premier League, your local football, it not to be the best in the world, but it have to have some grit to it. There must be some grit that where if I can't get this player, but me have substitute in Jamaica can fit that role. And we shouldn't be guessing and hoping that these players can do that. It should be knitted that everything intertwined. Your local league is a very important league in any team development in going forward. I make nobody fool you.
All right.
Your local league, biggest.
Yeah, man. Welcome, Marlon, to the show.
What we need to do, we need to get the private sector and the public sector, and we're on the Ministry of Local Government to get that part of the football properly in place. Until that, everything, but if you go back and do this between 94 to 98, most of every team in a Jamaica plays some form of 3-5-2. If me wrong, tell me if me wrong. Me did it at the time. It could have Corner League, could have Bush League, it could have been Dumpling League. Everybody have to play 3-5-2 because the coach, the technical director said, this is how me want the team them to play. Everybody. And everybody try it. You could have a next way of you want, but you have to follow this way. This is how we're going. And we do it and we qualify. And then after that, what we do? We tear up that blueprint there and going back to square zero again. And every 4-3 years, we reach right here, reach the last phase or the first phase, and we say, guess what? Go for 15 English-based, man. It never go work. It was embarrassing Sunday, and I don't believe anybody want to tell me that was embarrassing. It was an embarrassing moment.
All right, all right. That was coach out by Excelsior. You understand? Ruolph a big ball I'm coaching. Very close to Walter. Very close to Walter Boy. They don't know that but let me say
the Black Pearl himself.
The Black Pearl himself. This man have the history and the Black Pearl. I'm telling
you.
No,
man, history. I live at. Here's the beautiful thing, Mr. Richard. I live a stone throw away from the stadium. Nannyville, Mountain View. So we know when stadium and when crowd and when Jamaican crowd a win game. All we need to do, we need to go the game as youngster. You know. You just hear the crowd go, Jamaica lead. That is how passionate we are as people at that era. It's first in a long while we don't have a player from in our region in terms of Mountain View in the national setup. They are a long while. We have Maggie now, come from down the road, but in terms of Nannyville region of that side, every national team usually have a player. Ryan Patrick. My name Dan Sparling, Dominic Sparling. We always have a player. Because we have football in that region. But as I said to you, the national program to where we want it to go, I don't think we're doing it the proper way. You have to build no house, no build from the top. No house. And you can't, if my wrong tell me.
Yeah, man.
So build a foundation.
I'm going to come back to your coach because Marlon, come on and think.
Yeah, man. What about Marlon?
Marlon, what you have to say? What people, please, we need 4 more subscribers to hit 1,000. So if you have not yet subscribed, please subscribe to the channel and like the video. All right. Marlon, what say you?
Karum, I like what you're saying. Some valid point there. But there's something as well to we can't really go and look at the 98 teams. The 98 team, they had quality players. They were playing locally, and the quality was different. The local league now is not where it was 10 years ago. Remember back in 2001, 2002, we had players leaving here. Kelly Johnson left Tivoli and went straight into Bolton Wanderers, starting lineup, made his debut against Arsenal. We don't have that player right now who can leave and
No,
go to the UK.
no, that's why
And
I'm saying. That's why I'm going to interject. You know, honestly, I'm going to interject.
yeah, man, yeah, man.
You know why I'm going. That's why I'm saying for us to go back to where we not go back, but go forward. The local league have to get a proper infrastructure in place, right? We need to get back that base where we can get youngsters, as I said, can go right into a program where they can fit in easily. And not only just the league, but the coaches. You understand? Too much of the coaches are not elevating themselves. So we are in at one phase at all time, right? So as I said, maybe it's not the same quality. And I will be honest, it is not. But we identify where the breakdown is and we need to fix it. You understand? The fixing cannot be just calling overseas players. Overseas players are important, but you call for specific overseas players for specific position.
All right, Marlon. So let me go back to Marlon now, and
Yeah, man. So
then I'll come back to you, Richard.
as Karen was saying, so but for me still, building a foundation in Jamaica, our coach, they need to improve. Because if the coach is not improved, the players won't improve, right? Because if I have a technical flaw and the coach doesn't see that, right? If if I am strong on my right side and every day you play me on that right side, right? What happened when I'm performing good on that, but my weakness, I'm not improving it. But when I get called up to the national team, all my flaws have been showing up, right? So that means that I'm not ready for the international scene. And for me, still, as I said, if you're playing a local league, you should be dominating the league for you to get called up to the national team. Not to come and play 3 or 4 games, right? And get called up. So as you mentioned about overseas players, yes, I'm not really saying, but what I'm saying, if the player is out there who can make an impact in the team right now, right? As we all see, we saw what Anthony Grant commanded, right? Thus, he's basically a quick fix in the team. So we still need an out and out CDM. He's not the long term person for it, right? He's just a quick fix for now. Right back, we have to hold the players are accountable for their performance. You know? A lot of us beat the coach, but the players on the field, when the coach put a player on the field, you put him to go out there and perform. And you have to remember that you're wearing the color. You're representing the national team, you're not representing yourself. You represent the national team, so you have to hold accountability. You have to show your accountability for your performance out there. And because a lot of these players, because you don't see, you get so comfortable in the team, you don't have competition. I have seen a different accelerance from the Gold Cup. I have seen a different shamanic also. Remember, no, it's the first taxi I've ever been in Jamaica team and sat on the bench watching the team playing out there. If you look at Taxi who came to the Gold Cup and the Taxi who's playing now, it's a different person. Shaman Nicholson is a different person. So as I said, when you know your competition is being there, right? You have to step your game up. And if you're playing for the national team, you have to go out there and perform. It's not to go out there, you have to go out there and play with the heart, right? We all saw what happened Sunday, right? Everything went wrong. Because you cannot have basically a 90-minute training session, right? And person was saying that the players were here with Paul. There's no team can coach. There's no coach. You know, if you take Pep, you cannot coach eight players. You cannot bring no system with 8 players. Because it's not an 8-a-side you're playing. So whatever you want to do with 8 players, it's not possible. What was said? The game were very, very close, and we all know what happened with the UK-based players. So it's, as I said, it didn't look good. It was embarrassing, but we move on to it. We played last night and we got a point. So moving forward now, I think what we need to work on the pieces. The coaching staff and administration, they need to get the necessary pieces they want for the team to be more compact, to complete the team. We still need another CDM there. We're short of a right back. We need a right winger. And once you get somebody the quality, then the team can move forward.
All right, so people, we have around 7 minutes to go because this is going to run up into 4 hours of streaming. So I want to have Richard come in a little bit. But let me say this, and I agree with what I said, Marlon, because personally I watch the local league, and right now I don't see, and I've said this on several occasions, I don't see a player in the local league now that warrants or merits a place in the national team. However, I see players in the local league who we need to have in a proper system with proper coaching to prepare for the 2026, because there are enough 17 and 16-year-old playing well in it. But right now, with the crop of players that we have, all the players, I don't see 3 players that can make a 23-man squad coming out of the local league. That's my opinion. I will also say this, that and both of you are right. What I would expect is that I have some players that I say, listen, based on what I want to do, this player that I have is doing it well. But if he goes down, I need a replacement. All right? Let me watch the EPL. Let me find out all the Jamaican players in the EPL, in the championship, playing all over the world. And let me watch some tapes of them to see if I could get them to play in my system. All right? And you bring them in. All right? That's what ought to be done, you know. I don't think we should just go out and just come because you're a Jamaican and just put them on the field. And I think that has been the problem, and that is what I think needs to stop. So it's not that you don't want the players. And I think we do like I said earlier, I think sometimes we do an injustice to some of these players when we bring them to Jamaica. We bring them to Jamaica and we just throw them into something. No training, no preparation, and we make them look bad. I think we made Antonio look bad at the international level on Sunday. My personal opinion. I think we could have put enough pieces and systems around him for him to play better, because he wants to play for Jamaica. So there must be some other things that we are doing wrong with these players. Why so many of them over the years come here and look so ordinary? And that's what I think we need to fix. But I give the last moments to you guys, and I'm going to keep quiet.
But I'm not, we have to talk about it because I'm embarrassed. I can't so much blame the coach because he was not here. He was overseas with the team in Mexico. So there must be a program that was in place on the ground in Jamaica for these players to go through, even a session to see how they look in terms of their condition, if they can able to deal with the condition in terms of the weather, because the environment is important, you know. So my question is to you, Mr. Management, is that where was the communication? There must be a breakdown in communication, because I must be communicating back to my coach, say, I think them ready, you know. I don't think them ready, you know. I don't think all of them can able to start. Maybe one, or I don't think any of them can able to start, or they need to come from the bench. So the coach was away, so he leave his assistant here. So some communication must be communicating to the coaches, informing about the players in terms of their readiness, or if they are not ready, say, yo, it's best we use a player that travel. That is one. Secondly, when you travel and you're playing a game and you're returning, it's not the coach is the most important thing, you know. You see the doctor, you see the physiotherapy, you see the massage. Those 3 persons are the most important person, you know. Because they're going to tell you, say, I don't think X ready, you know. I think Y have a little knock, you know, but you might can bring him from the bench. And W ready because him not fears him. That's how me learn it. When you travel, the doctor them is the most important, because them supposed to can tell you how much work this player can do. That's why I'm saying to you, I applaud the Panama team. They played 3 games in 7 days with the same 11, starting 11. I don't think nobody look at that, 3 games. So this thing about tired and tiredness, this is World Cup qualification. This only
But
come 4 years.
but
4 years.
Karum, this
Yes.
Panama team, Christensen as his management of the team, he has done well.
Yeah, but it don't come down to him alone.
Karum, you have to let him finish, though. You have to let him finish the question first. You can't understand before he finish the question.
If you notice what he has done now, he came out, he made a change at halftime. Who took off? His striker who played 90 minutes. You're up 2-0. I'm telling you this, Panama came here to come and look for a point. And because they saw Jamaica was unsettled, if you look at the team set up, they had Anibal Gadai being the guide for being the shield for the centre back, right? And they saw Jamaica sat back and they literally took the opportunity up and won the game. So I think our tactics wasn't there, and the guys that went over flat. And this is something personal to remember, that not because you play the EPL, when you come to play international football, it's a different thing. It's not like a giving you're gonna come and perform. Players don't care which league you're playing. You saw the US went to El Salvador, and Gio and all these guys are playing Champion League, and they look ordinary there.
All right, Richard. Very good, well said, Marlon. Because like I said, Richard, I know you have been silent for a while. I mean, anything you want to add? Because I want to make sure I want to end, but I want to make sure all of you at least get an opportunity to ventilate your last point. Listen, people, I love this today. You understand me? Sometimes we talk, we argue, we debate, we cuss, we share facts, we trouble each other, and that's what the thing's supposed to be, fun. And I really appreciate every single one of you. Richard, yeah, man, go ahead. What say you?
I've been having.
Richard, look like we lost Richard right there. Anything any you want to say until Richard comes back in closing?
My
Oh, can you hear me?
Oh yeah, we're hearing you now. You were
Hello?
frozen.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, we're hearing you now, Richard. Go ahead. Go ahead, Richard. All right, Karumi. Good.
I just
all right, so Richard is back.
Can you
Go
hear
ahead,
me?
Richard. Yeah, we're hearing you now. Go ahead.
You pay your bill?
Yeah, man. I've been having internet problems. I pay the bill, sir. This is an old network on the laptop. I've got another one as a backup, but
All right, go ahead. Oh, frozen again. All right, let me just mute. All right, go ahead, coach. Just say final thoughts, and then when Richard come on.
All right. Just my final thought is that use these 3 games as an example. Because we have 3 games in October where we need to get it right. Get it right mean we need to get some points on the board. The least we might have to try to get it is 4. You understand? We have to get some points on the board. So we need to do an assessment of these 3 games. What was the good? What was the bad? What was the different? What we can do to make it better going forward. The first game going to be USA. The second game going to be Canada at home. The third game going to be Honduras. So we have to sit down as a team and figure out our plan those 3 games. The time we're going to bring the players in, which type of player we're going to need. So it's very important, those 3 games. If we mess up with those 3 games coming up, we just call World Cup qualification over. Simple.
Yeah. Just take this question, Karumi, and then because Chris has been asking that question of you for several times, and then I'll jump to Marlon, and then we'll close.
Which question?
Oh, this one. Where is it? Let me find it. Boom. This one right here says, Karumi, still waiting on an answer. What went wrong in Mexico? Because it was embarrassing. The Mexicans were in or half for almost the entire game. I think what Chris is saying, that they keep talking about the Sunday game, I think he's trying to say that the Mexico game was just as bad. Why are you not talking about that?
Okay.
I hope I understand you, Chris. I hope I help. That's what you're saying.
The Mexico game for me personally, with the unsurety of the player that we carry there, I think they do well. In terms of a Romario, I never think I would have said a Romario Williams in the team. So for him to be playing, I don't think he play a good game in terms of attacking, but him trying to help the team defend. I think we lose a concentration in the last 5 minutes of the game and it costs us. But in terms of character, in terms of will to fight, everybody did have votes to get wallop, 3 or 4 or 5 up. And I think them give themselves accountability in terms of their performance. It was not an attractive game. You don't go to Mexico and play attractive football. Because we all know Mexico is going to control the game. The altitude for one going to play an important role. And we going there and playing 24 hours after. I think we do ourselves great. I think the change in taking off Anthony Grant and never replace him with somebody alike. That's why I think he went for Javon Watson now as a stopgap. So I think we went short in that era. But in terms of character, in terms of will, in terms of wanting to fight, I can't kill the players because I said to you before, some of those players were maybe not thinking about to be in the squad, and for them to go to Mexico and nearly get a point, you have to give your hats off to them. That is just my opinion.
Okay. Well, my opinion is different from yours. We beat them, but brother, it was terrible. The only reason why we don't get 10 is because Mexico never does score. Honestly, we could have gotten 6. All I'm saying is that during in the game, it was more Mexico playing bad than us showing hard, in my opinion.
Yeah, but they
and
think
so I beat what I say is that I'm going to beat them for the game Sunday, and I'm going to beat them for the game in Mexico. I'm going to commend them for the game against Costa Rica, but I think both games were terrible.
But
at this level, in my opinion, still.
You know, when I was looking about the game in Mexico, Mr. Mannings, man, one of the things I do a little research in terms of what is the best time to arrive in Mexico to play a game. And the report that I found say whichever situation the day before or a week before, the more choose that you go there a week before and try to get some form of climatization. Some team go 24 hours before and try their luck. But if you do the statistic, most teams don't leave Mexico with a point. If you really go there and get a point, you are doing a good job. So in terms of the altitude, you are playing at 7,000 and 1 feet above sea level, you know. It's not normal fleet that, you know.
But Karumi, all I will say, and then listen, I have to take Marlon and then end, but all I will say is that if you make all of those excuses for the Mexico game, then you can understand why people are feeling like, all right, you're saying altitude, you're saying the time that they travel, but you're not making any excuse for the players who played on Sunday. In other words, it could be seen that way. I want you to think about it, because that's what people will say, why we have all of these excuses for how people look in Mexico,
No, but it's not excuse, you know. As I said to you, I mean, I'll repeat myself. To play Mexico in Mexico, you cannot high press. That is one. So it's the only option you have is to play how you play. You're playing in Jamaica at your home ground. Remember, you know, I listen Marlon and Marlon say, boy, when you make the suggestion, I can remember you make the suggestion, what they can do, if them can, you remember when you say, if we can get the players them to come from overseas to come play the game in Jamaica because of the red zone. Remember, I listened it on a part of the program and they say, then the 2 days after the next day, me hear the thing, the information come out, that is what them going to do. I say, boy, I look at Marlon, I work with JFF, right? But it's just the fact that the way we love the game, we can't see ahead. So what I'm saying, I was expecting us knowing that this is a gamble now we're making. It's a gamble, you know. It's a gamble that you come home now, there is no guarantee that you're going to get the 3 points, But I was expecting to see more vigor, more fight, more urgency, more of everything, because this is the 3 points we really need. Because 3 plus 1 would have the 4 now. For qualify for World Cup or any World Cup, it's not what you do away, it's what you do at home. And right? And until we understand that part of it. So going to Mexico and getting 3 points, it will be the greatest thing, but it's unlikely. It's not like you're finding next week. You're going to have to get something from the game. But you're up against the A ball, even from the altitude standpoint. But you're not going to go into the game and say, boy, with a negative mind frame, say you're not going to get anything.
All right, but here's what all right, but I did say I'm not going to say anything. Marlon, you get to close out the show, bro. You are the superstar. You're the big artist.
So as Karim is saying about Mexico, right? I think this is the thing. I think had Demelo didn't get that knock, I think Demelo would have started. I think Tapa, what he tried to do, because all of us we were when we were talking about Skull, we were talking about Antonio Grant playing with DJ and Ravel. So these 2 players would have a shield behind them. But at the same time, still, I think the coach tried to protect him from himself because he wanted to play all 3 games. And he tried to manage low because they said he have 2 defense. But remember, they didn't have a training session on Friday. That's one thing that killed them. And when you're gonna use 8 players to put a training session, and even before the game, even before the 23 was named, Antonio Grant was in that midfield with them. So it was a big question mark when we saw that squad. We saw that squad on Saturday night. And he made a gamble. You cannot take 2 attacking midfielders to go and put in the middle to play against one of the most robust team in CONCACAF. And I think that's where the coach will get the blame. Remember, if you're gonna play on the field, you must have at least somebody out there who have some sort of experience playing up against these guys, right? And when you put out 8 person out there, gonna play in his environment for the first time, right? Remember, 90 degrees in England, 90 degrees in Jamaica is 2 different things.
Yeah.
It's 2 different 90. So they're playing against the weather for it, and you could see it. It took them. They started also flat. It took them almost 31 minutes before the guys they could make 3 passes. And personally say these are Premier League players and these are professional. But when you drop into a situation that you've never been in before, there's no you go into an early goal. There's no fun in the stadium to cheer you on, right? And so they're up against the A ball the whole game.
And the surface wasn't good.
And
they weren't training on the surface.
Well,
they were training over Stadium East. But listen, Brethren, if we don't stop, there's so much to say. You understand me? And we have to go. We have to go right now. Coach Karumi, I know see a long time you come on. So I'm really glad that you did. Marlon, you need to come on and take board. You understand me? People, all of the person in the comment section, all of you really
thanks.
Best of everybody, man.
Yeah, man, really thank all for the time. You understand me? Like I said, we are 997 subscribers. So if you have not subscribed, just go hit the subscribe button. You understand me? Like the video, people, before you go. Share the content. You understand me? I want to thank you again. We started out with the JPL. Thank everybody. We had on Bowser, and that is Nickeisha. We had on Cataract. We had on Richard, the man them call it Twiddly Winks General. You understand? We have Mr. Speed, Coach Karumi. If you know Excelsior, you know them when a coach. You know them when a coach. Hey, trust me, if you want to know how good Walter Boy is, you have to talk to him. Big up Marlon, you understand me?
Yes, man.
People, anytime you go to the stadium and don't have a ticket and
check money.
Check, coach. Check. And this money you even check. Them money know you to get you into the stadium.
No, we're not
going to have a ticket. Yeah.
COVID time now.
Marlon, bless up. So bless up everybody. One, Richard, Chris, Fresh God, big up Fresh God. Mr. Porter, Kimo, Jarvis, who again? Peer God, Clive, yeah man, big up everybody. Neo, Owen, Lord of mercy, like Eagle Republic, oh my Wayne, Drastic Seymour, all the people that have G, all the people that they are from early, dread, you know. You understand me? Yeah, man. Dread, you know. Chris Simmons, 1-1. Yeah, man. Big up, big up, big up, big up, big up. Mikey Jones. Yo, people, big up on yourself. Stay safe and God bless until we meet again. We're going to join the coaches desk tomorrow and show them things. Remember, like, subscribe, and share. Enjoy the rest of the day.